Uh, I extend the opportunity to address you on behalf of the organizers. Welcome to Sarajevo. Welcome to International Conference Bosnia as a Content Zone, organized by Meyli Foundation. I really want to say that we are honored by your presence here. We will try to explore rich Bosnian background, cultural background, the place where the cultures meet, make dialogue. Let us take the most of this opportunity to connect and to see what the Bosnia is really, what idea stands behind the Bosnia, and to build the real opportunity to meet each other, and to build also connections that will stand beyond this conference. And first, I would like to welcome the organizer and also the founder and director of the Meyli Foundation, Professor Majimich. And Professor, please.
Emir, hajde ti prođi vam. Može? Evo ti. Prođi ovdje s tobom. Poštovane dame i gospodo, dragi prijatelji, dragi profesori, ljubitelji znanja, umjetnosti, istorije, ljudi i čovječanstva.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, appreciators and lovers of knowledge and art and humanity, welcome.
Prije svega želim da se zahvalim Historijskom muzeju koji nam je omogućio da u ovome prostoru održimo ovakvu jednu simpatičnu, značajnu i vrijednu, a po prvi put ispred fondacije Meyli ovakav jedan simpozijum.
First and foremost, I would like to extend my gratitude to the History Museum, which has welcomed us and agreed to host this event, which is the first such event organized by Meyli Foundation.
Svim organizatorima koji su učestvovali u samoj fondaciji, počev od Ediba, Emina, Harisa, pa i ostalih popratnih koji su bili u ovome kompletnom organizacionom odboru, hvala im još jednom od srca.
I also thank from the bottom of my heart my co-organizers, Aris Dervišević, Edib Karasalihović and Emir Lelić.
Hvala isto tako i profesorima koji su izrazili želju sa Bosnom 8 država, 16 učesnika na ovome simpozijumu koji su se odazvali da učestvuju na ovakvom značajnom jednome događaju, a svakako i simpozijumu.
And my thanks and gratitude to the participants, 16 of whom are coming from 6 different countries who have agreed to participate in this wonderful event.
Svakako uz ovaj simpozijum želim da se zahvalim i prijateljima iz Turske koji će popratiti ovaj simpozijum sa izložbom koja će večeras otvoriti u 7 sati.
And I also extend my thanks to our Turkish friends who are joining us here today and whose art exhibition will open up this evening at 7 o'clock in the same building.
Pošto sam naziv konferencije ili simpozijuma jeste Kontakt zona Bosna, jeste vrlo značajan sam naziv što Bosna kontaktira, prihvata i želi da pošalje poruku svim ljudima na zemaljskoj kugli.
And this title, Bosnia as a Contact Zone, is very significant because it shows and symbolizes the role that Bosnia plays as a country that integrates different trends and cultures and transmits them to others.
Pošto se Bosna i Hercegovina nalazi na posebnom jednom geografskom području, srcu Balkana, ima svoje nekakve i odgovornosti, potrebe, zahtjeve, a i pruža mogućnosti.
Due to its geographical location in the very heart of the Balkans, Bosnia has particular special opportunities, but also a responsibility.
Ono što pruža prvo je ljubav prema ljudima, iskrenost, pruža lijepu prirodu, pruža lijepe jemeke jela i pruža srce.
Some of the things that Bosnia offers are beautiful natural setting, mountains and rivers, and we should also not forget beautiful foods, tasteful food, and of course love for humanity.
Što svakako svi oni koji po prvi put kad dođu u Bosnu i Hercegovinu, da li bili turisti ili kao naučnici, istražitelji, sa Bosnom ostanu uzhićeni.
And all who come to Bosnia, whether as tourists, researchers or artists, notice this and it leaves a fond memory in all of their hearts.
Razlog toga jeste upravo što Bosna u svojim njedrima mnogo toga čuva i pruža, a ima svoju duboku istoriju.
And the secret behind this is that Bosnia, deep within its heart and culture, cherishes a tradition that can inspire people.
Zbog toga je i Meyli fondacija izrazila želju da na ovakav način organiziramo jedan simpozijum sa učesnicima iz različitih država svijeta.
It is for that reason that the Meyli Foundation has extended its support to this conference to further research and study this phenomenon.
Što im se sa srca zahvaljujem.
And I extend my gratitude from the heart to all those who are here, participants and listeners.
I svakako želim im dobrodošlicu i ujedno ugodan boravak u Bosni i Hercegovini.
And I welcome you and wish you a pleasant stay in Bosnia.
Bosna kroz historijski period, iako nisam historičar, ali volim istoriju, volim domovinu, volim zemlju i volim ljude na zemaljskoj kugli. Prema tome, samo ću ukratko nešto reći o Bosni što je interesantno ili kroz jedan vid spiritualnog pristupa prema Bosni i njezinim dobrima koje ona ima.
Even though I myself am not a historian, I do love history, I do love Bosnia, its culture and its spiritual traditions, and with the knowledge I have acquired through my love, I will share a few insights.
Ja Bosni pristupam kroz umjetnički aspekt i gdje god da pogledam u Bosnu, bosanska brda, zgrade, pogotovo historijski nekakve spomenike, inspirišu me kroz jednu liniju, inspirišu me kroz taj umjetnički aspekt koji ne bi želio samo da vas ovdje opterećujem.
I, as an artist, I myself approach Bosnia and look at Bosnia through the eye of an artist, paying attention to its mountains, its buildings, historical buildings, and finding much inspiration in those.
Vjerovatno će kroz istoriju naši dragi profesori kazati mnogo toga o Bosni i značaju Bosni kroz historijski period, kulturološki, arhitektonski i ostale teme koje će biti tu prisutne.
I will not go into detail as many of our presenters will share different aspects of Bosnia's culture and history.
Ja ću vam samo dva detalja reći vezano za Bosnu i Hercegovinu i zašto je to upravo kontakt koji, kako kad čovjek dođe, ima kontakt sa ljudima, ima kontakt sa zemljom i prirodom i ima kontakt sa duhovnošću.
I will only mention two details why it is of significance when people come to Bosnia, the contact they have with the soil, the mountains, the culture and the architecture.
Jedan historijski događaj kojeg sam bio svjedok, možda sam ga samo do sad jednom ili dva puta spomenuo u nekom društvu, a to jest kao dijete dok sam obilazio učene ljude, od njih sam ovo čuo.
One particular personal historical moment, which I've rarely shared, maybe only once or twice, something I experienced as a child in the presence of a learned man in Bosnia.
Između dva svjetska rata, svakako i Rusija, gore Sibir i odlazak i poslije drugog svjetskog rata jednim dijelom, odlazak ljudi koji su otišli da bore se, ujedno su otišli kao zarobljenici pa su živjeli na tom području Kavkaza.
In between the two world wars, there were many captives of war, and some of them were taken to the Caucasus region.
Jedan od naših Bošnjaka po imenu Ibrahim, koji je tada bio na Kavkazu u zarobljeništvu i radio, jeli,
One of our Bosnians by the name of Ibrahim was one such captive of war, prisoner of war, who had been taken to a camp in the Caucasus.
i nakon što je se vratio iz Sibira, nakon tog što je oslužio tamo kada su i raspustili, došao je u Bosnu ovdje i ispričao jedan vrlo značajan događaj, mimo niz drugih događaja, a to jeste vezano za u toku samoga rada na Kavkazu, kada je radio gore. Jedan ga je čovjek prepoznao, da vidio po njegovoj čehri da je fin čovjek, lijep, i pitao ga taj stanovnik odakle si.
After he came back, he told the story that when he was in one of those prisoner camps, he encountered a local man in the Caucasus who looked at him and was impressed with his physical appearance. He said he saw goodness light in his face and asked him, "Where are you from?"
A on mu je rekao, ja sam iz Bosne.
And he answered, "I'm from Bosnia."
I u tom razgovoru, da skratim, on ga je pozvao da kod njega dođe kući navečer, da sjednu, da porazgovaraju.
And this man subsequently invited him to his house so they could talk a little bit,
Što je on svakako i otišao kod njega.
to which he happily agreed.
Nakon razgovora uveo ga je u jednu posebnu sobu i pokazao mu jednu knjigu.
After conversing, the host then took him to a special side room where he showed him a book.
U toj knjizi su iscrtane karte svih država koji su tada postojale,
And in that book were maps of all the countries in the world.
i pokazao i našao je tu stranicu na kojoj je i Bosna i Hercegovina iscrtana karta.
And then he found the page on which was depicted a map of Bosnia.
I rekao mu, evo vidiš, ovo je tvoja domovina u tim granicama koja jeste, i rekao mu, ono, za svaku državu posebni imaju natpisi koji govore o toj zemlji.
And he showed him the map and said, "You see, this is your country, obviously." And in this book, each country, under each country were listed certain characteristics that identified the people that lived in that country.
I tamo, mimo teksta, ovo što je vrlo bitno o čemu je rekao, jeste, kaže, Bosna i Hercegovina je vakuf.
And then he said to him, Bosnia and Herzegovina is a vakuf.
Kao što je vakuf, prvi vakuf koji je Ebu Bekir Sidik uvakufio svoju zemlju, tako je i Bosna sva vakuf.
Just like the land that Abu Bakr as-Siddiq left as his own land that he left as a wakf, so Bosnia and Herzegovina is also a wakf.
I kogod je oskrnjavi, naiće na probleme svoje.
And whoever intends harm for Bosnia will face their own problem.
Svakome je otvorena i dobrodošlicu čini i svak može da je iskoristi, a da i dobro ju da donese.
And it is open to all are welcome, and all are especially welcome to bring good to it.
Da puno ne duljim, to je ovako priča koju je on ispričao, prenio mojima kod kojih sam ja odlazio, a to su meni onda sam bio u tom društvu, kada su mi to govorili, to sam upamtio sa svojim možda negdje jedno 16 godina.
Not to extend this too long, but this was a story that was passed on to my ancestors and the people I was around, and then when I was 16 they told me this story.
To su ljudi od istine koji sigurno neće da slažu.
These are people of truth who would not say a lie.
Čak sam jedno vrijeme razmišljao da odem da potražim na Kavkazu gdje bi mogao tu knjigu da nađem, ali sad izgleda neću moći.
Even at one time I considered going to the Caucasus to see if I could find this book.
To je jedno što je vezano, evo po prvi put ga sad ovako iznosim, još sam jednom iznio to. Drugo jeste vezano za našega duhovnog stožera na ovim područjima, to jeste za Šeh Husein Babu Bosnevi.
That is one anecdote. The other one I would like to share with you today is an anecdote about one of the great holy men, saints of Bosnia, Husein Baba Bosnia.
Koji isto tako u svojim spjevovima, pogotovo u istih rađatu, govori o događajima koji će se desiti prije 250 godina koji je napisan, sa svim onim što je napisao do sada se desilo i ima još neke stvari koje će se desiti kako ih opisuju, ali tek kad se dese onda ih razumijemo da je napisao sa posebnim vidom izražavanja.
And with the spiritual vision of the eye of his heart, 250 years ago, he wrote a text, some poetry and the Istifajab text, in which he predicted certain events to come. And we've already seen some of those events happen. Of course, we only recognize these events after they happen in his writings.
Gdje na kraju toga teksta, tog istihrađata, jedan je bejt spjevao.
At the end of this Istifajab text, he composed a bejt.
A taj bejt ovako glasi: Ey Bosne vi sırfaş etme, hakkı zikret telaş etme, özün esiri firaş etme, pek çok güzel eyyam olur. O Bošnjače, svoju tajnu, ej Bosne vi sırfaş etme, o Bošnjače, svoju tajnu ne otkrivaj.
And Professor Chazin recited it in the original Ottoman, and I'll translate. It begins, O Bosnian, do not convey, reveal your secrets.
Hak zikre telaš etme, mnogo Boga spomini, zikir ga čini.
Remember God, your Lord, often.
Özün esiri firaš etme, ono što se nalazi u tvojim njedrima, to nemoj previše svakome davati, jer svak nije za sve ono što u Bosni ima.
That which is deep in your heart, do not share it freely, thoughtlessly with everyone.
To je pjesnički malo rečeno, znači pjesnik nikad svoje tajne ne otkriva, nego ono što je u tvojoj posteljini, ne govori se kako si ti svakome spavao, kako si bio i tako će da tu u tome kontekstu da kaže vezano za Bosnu. Pek çok güzel eyyam olur. Još će biti jako mnogo lijepih dana.
There will be many more beautiful days to follow.
Ti upravo Bosna kroz šta je prolazila, uvijek je prihvatala, ljubila one koji su dolazili, grlila ih i upravo taj Bosna kao kontakt zona jeste i naziv ove naše konferencije.
Throughout its history, Bosnia welcomed visitors and guests with open arms, and this is in line, in tandem with the title of our conference today, Bosnia as a Contact Zone.
Koja svakako želi kontakt, daje kontakt, pruža kontakt i te kontakte želi ne samo sa onima s kime se susrela, nego te kontakte da se podijeli i kod drugih ljudi, što vidimo svi oni koji dolaze u zadnje vrijeme u Bosni i Hercegovini, te svoje osjećaje, doživljaje koje su u Bosni imali, te kontakte dijele sa svojim prijateljima, ukućanima, kako ko iz koje oblasti.
And as such a contact zone, Bosnia welcomes those who come and shares its treasures, and we see this most often with people who have visited. Many come back or they share with others what they've experienced.
Bosna kroz svoju istoriju imala je vrlo značajne ljude, od nauke, umjetnosti, do vojskovođa, velikih vezira, paša, a evo i svakako i državnika.
Throughout its history, Bosnia produced many great men and women, and these included in the arts, in politics, in warfare.
Što, evo, samo još jedan primjer navesti, Bosna i Hercegovina ili Bošnjaci ili ljudi ovoga prostora imaju i svoga Michelangela u nekom kontekstu da bi mogli da ga razumijete.
And I will mention only one final example. Bosnia has its own Michelangelo.
A to jeste Nasuhi Matrakći.
And that is Matrakći Nasu.
Jedan od najznačajnijih ličnosti u 16. stoljeću za vrijeme Sulejmana Veličanstvenog Kanunije.
One of the most distinguished persons at the court of Kanuni Sultan Sulejman. Koji je
fenomenalne stvari uradio ne samo na polju umjetnosti, ona topografije, nego i svega ostalog.
And he had many phenomenal accomplishments, not only in the field of art arts and topography, but many others as well.
I sa ovim bi svakako stavio tačku, o tome možete da pogledate, jer je široko polje, ne možemo obratiti, ali evo, naši profesori će vjerovatno mnoge tu teme obraditi i prenijeti, što ćemo mi svakako to publicirati, poslije u zbornik radova napraviti i objaviti na bosansko-engleskom jeziku verziji.
And without going into too much detail, because our presenters surely will go into detail in their presentations, but I would like to inform you that we hope to publish at least an abbreviated or full form of presentations today in English and Bosnian.
Još jednom ostajte u zdravlju i veselju. Hvala vam što ste došli. Živi i zdravi bili.
And I wish you all good health and happiness. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Majimich, for sharing with us the stories about great men from Bosnia's rich history. And I really enjoyed the story about Ibrahim, the book about, say, Book of Secrets, and this secret map of Bosnia. Please forgive me, I forget to say that my name is Haris Dervišević and that I'm one of the organizers of the conference. And I think that we are going to have this really beautiful and very warm weather in Sarajevo. And now I will invite one of the organizer team members, Professor Emir Lelić, to address you and tell you more about the conference and the insights, what is the point, what we are going to try to find the secrets that stands behind the Bosnia. Please, Professor Lelić.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Now I speak in my own name when I say I. It gives me great pleasure to stand in front of you today and to welcome you to the Bosnia as a Contact Zone conference. This is, for me, the realization of a long-standing wish to bring together scholars working on Bosnia and to create an opportunity for the exchange of thoughts, ideas, and discoveries. I'm happy to see many familiar faces in the crowd and many new ones, and I look forward to a lively discussion over the following days. What was the purpose of this conference? Let me state briefly. The explicit goal of this conference has been to bring together scholars working on Bosnia to exchange ideas and approaches. While scholarly studies of Bosnia have burgeoned in the past decades, raising both new possibilities and issues, the scholarly community working on Bosnia has not had many opportunities to compare their findings. A couple of years ago, my good friend Emir organized the conference on the Ottoman conquest of Bosnia in this same room, and I thought this was a wonderful idea, and since then I've spoken to many people, and I was very happy when I brought up this idea to Dr. Chazim Hadjimelic, who immediately expressed unlimited support in organizing a conference in Sarajevo. And thus, I would like to begin by extending my sincere gratitude to Dr. Chazim Hadjimelic, Edip Karasalihovic, Dr. Haris Dervišević, and the Meyli Foundation. They took care of all the logistics on the ground. Without them, this conference would not have been possible. This academic conference was envisioned as a multifaceted scholarly approach to Bosnia as a contact zone, including, but not limited to, history, anthropology, art, architecture, and religious studies. It is premised on the belief that a multidisciplinary approach will open new ways of imagining and understanding contact zones. I personally have found a multidisciplinary approach to be very beneficial, having been studied in what they call area studies multidisciplinary PhD program with my good friend Garrett Davidson, who, for example, studied Hadith while I studied Ottoman history, and many others with different approaches, all of us coming together, sitting in the library, studying different languages together, enriched my own scholarship immensely. Why contact zone? Well, I should say contact zones, contact zones have been defined as social spaces where cultures meet, clash, and grapple with each other. This conference will look at Bosnia as a meeting point between cultures, religions, languages, and peoples. The new contacts are akin to different worlds meeting. At times they clash, they collide, but they may also transform each other. Encounters in the contact zone rarely leave anyone completely unchanged. Its greatest challenge, which simultaneously carries within it the seeds of its greatest benefit, is the contact zone's inherent destabilizing factor. It destabilizes preconceived notions of the world and one's place in it. The realization that one is at a meeting point and contact zone has the potential of decentering subjective viewpoints, which in turn may pave the way for new discoveries. Incidentally, this is the method of the spiritual path as well, decentering the nafs and more generally of human growth. Bosnia's rich connections between peoples, cultures, and traditions have forged a diverse and an intense contact zone. Now, I would like to descend from the abstractions a bit and give some specific examples. As an Ottoman historian, I will give some examples from Ottoman chronicles, specifically how the Ottomans saw Bosnia and what was distinctive about Bosnia. And I will say, by way of preface, what the Ottomans initially found most interesting was the topography, the lay of the land, and they had this, it was a very pragmatic, almost materialist approach. They had this notion that each land shaped the people that lived in it. And so Bosnia and the land of Bosnia as a contact zone, the people who come are inevitably shaped by the land. Excuse me. One of the earliest Ottoman portrayals of Bosnians is found in Tursun Beg's History of the Conqueror, Tarihi Abul Feth. It chronicles the reign and conquest of Sultan Mehmed the Conqueror. Tursun Bey's characterization of Bosnia essentially revolves around their beautiful physical appearance, which is paired with the abundance and fecundity of the land. Tursun Bey says, its delightfully fine water and air are the source of such a lovely ethnic regional group that whenever a comparison is made to a beloved, it is said about the one who is being compared, they resemble a Bosnian beloved. That is a well-known proverb, end quote. He further added, their lovely boys and lovely girls are well known, like the sun throughout the world, for their tall forms, beautiful facial features, white faces, attractiveness, and their light gray, bluish eyes. The direct correlation between the Bosnian environment and the human form of its inhabitants is echoed a century later by Mustafa Ali. Particularly, the connection to water is emphasized. Ali writes, the ethnic regional group Bošnjak chose to identify with the flowing river Bosna. The bright and beautiful appearance of the river's temperament being reflected in their nature, they went to the region through which the river known as Bosna flows. Their natural dispositions are shining, polished mirrors. The majority are of well-proportioned stature and pure-hearted. Their physical forms, like their natural dispositions, are inclined towards uprightness. Their pure faces are beautiful. In the original Ottoman Turkish, the play on water imagery in the description of the Bosnians' temperament and appearance is even more pronounced. What is so striking is the deep connection that Ottoman authors established between Bosnia's rivers and its dwellers. The river, they posit, has shaped their inner and outer being so profoundly that these people reflect the river that defines them both in name and in form. Ultimately, Mustafa Ali concludes, especially their great tribe, Kabile, conspicuous for their unequaled beauty and their exceptional stature. Yet, although perhaps the most defining, rivers were not Bosnia's only prominent geographic feature. As I'm sure you've seen when you're landing in the Sarajevo airport, Bosnia's tall mountains were possibly equally significant in the Ottoman geographical imagination. Just as rivers were believed to transmit some of their character traits onto the people inhabiting their banks, so too the mountains were believed to imprint themselves on the humoral configuration of Bosnia's inhabitants. Tursun Beg, participant in the Ottoman conquest of Bosnia, noted that Bosnia was a vast land, most of it immovable mountains. Its mountains are lofty and its castles unassailable. Mustafa Ali, again, and many other 16th century Ottoman intellectuals were extremely impressed with Ottoman statesmen of Bosnian background, Grand Viziers, Beyler Beys, Sanjak Beys, etc. Bosnians were thought to make good imperial servants, both as soldiers and administrators, because it was believed that they had the proper moral makeup which reflected the mountains and the rivers they lived in. This then is one of the great advantages, to my mind at least, of a contact zone and its people. They're able to seamlessly integrate themselves into new imperial formations and rise to the highest positions. Their contact zone background, it would appear, endows them with the requisite flexibility and acuity to transition between cultural and religious worlds and succeed in all of them. And with these brief remarks, I would also like to welcome you to the Bosnia as a Contact Zone International Conference. It is our wish to make this a tradition and have a similar continuity conference in the near future. Thank you very much. This concludes our morning session. We will continue at 2 o'clock in this room with the first panel.
the honor to open the first session of this conference and to announce our first participants. This would be Majimich from Oriental Institute, University of Sarajevo, and she will have presentation with the title Work on Collecting and Preserving Written Heritage in Oriental Languages as a meeting point examples of Franciscan monasteries, madrasas and tekes in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And then Esma Kučukalić from the Universidad Europea de Valencia with the presentation Contested Past, Complex Futures, Reframing Post-War Memory with Constructive Storytelling in Bosnia's Contact Zone. And after their presentation, we will have a short discussion. Thank you.
I wish to extend my warm greetings to all present, the members of organizing committee, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests. To our guests from outside Sarajevo, I extend my warmest welcome to our city. The manuscript collections in Arabic, Turkish, and Persian language preserved in Franciscan monasteries, madrasas, and tekes across Bosnia and Herzegovina form an important, yet still underexplored part of the country's cultural heritage. The particular value of these manuscript collections lies in their thematic diversity and rich content. They encompass works on theology, law, philosophy, Sufism, history, linguistics, and literature, illustrating the diverse body of knowledge and education cultivated in these contexts. Moreover, the number of manuscript codices exceeding 3,000 confirms the significant role these collections played during the Ottoman period. These manuscript collections not only served as the foundation of educational processes in madrasas, monasteries, and tekes, but also stand as material evidence of the centuries-long intellectual and cultural interconnectedness of Bosnia with wider Ottoman and Islamic cultural space. Today, in the era of digitization and growing interest in cultural heritage, the importance of these collections is gaining even greater recognition. Digital preservation and presentation of these material enable broader access for researchers and the public, contributing to the reaffirmation and valorization of a vast corpus of texts in Oriental languages. This presentation aims to offer an overview of the collections held in these institutions and to encourage further research that will contribute to a more comprehensive understanding of Bosnia's cultural and intellectual history during the Ottoman period. Franciscan monasteries, guardians of diverse manuscript heritage. The manuscript collections preserved today in Franciscan monasteries and provincial archives represent a valuable segment of the written cultural heritage in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The thematic diversity of these collections bears witness to the active educational and intellectual life that flourished within Franciscan communities during Ottoman rule. Although these institutions endured significant losses during turbulent historical periods, several manuscript collections have been preserved in the following repositories. The archives of the Franciscan province in Mostar, the Franciscan monastery in Fojnica, the Petričevac monastery near Banja Luka, the archives of the Gorica Livna monastery, the professor's library of the Franciscan Gymnasium in Visoko, and the museum of the Franciscan monastery in Tolisa. The total number of manuscript codices in Oriental languages held in Franciscan monasteries throughout Bosnia and Herzegovina is 462. The graph clearly illustrates which works written in Oriental languages are most represented in these Franciscan monasteries. As illustrated by the chart, the most prevalent category within the collection comprises manuscript copies of the Quran. In the Franciscan institutions included in our research, that number totals 44. this clearly demonstrates that the friars did not collect exclusively grammatical and lexicographical works for the purpose of learning Oriental languages, so that in the absence of translators they could conduct everyday administrative and diplomatic correspondence with the Ottoman authorities, but also reflects their multi-layered interest in the Islamic intellectual and spiritual tradition. Such practice indicates a developed scholarly, cultural, and philological relationship towards Oriental languages and their most important texts. At the same time, the preservation of a significant number of Quran copies testifies to the Franciscans' effort to safeguard the written heritage of the local Muslim population, which in a broader sense was an expression of their awareness of the importance of documenting and preserving the cultural and the intellectual diversity of the environment in which they operated. Archives of the Franciscan province. The collection most likely originated between the two world wars. Fra Dominik Mandić, who served as provincial from 1928 to 1934, is responsible for the diversity and size of its holdings. The manuscripts and archival holdings were entrusted to the care of the Franciscan Provincial Archives, and just before the aggression of Bosnia-Herzegovina were deposited at the monastery in Humac, near Ljubuški, where they remain preserved to this day. Total number of manuscripts on Oriental languages is 339. The oldest manuscript in this collection is a copy of the work Muhtasar al-Kuduri, which was copied in 1574 by Yusuf as-Sarai, son of Hassan, in the town of Zenica. Among the oldest manuscripts written in Mostar is Sharh al-Masharik, a commentary by Ibn al-Malak, which was copied by 1576 by Hasan Ziyai Çelebi, well-known poet from Mostar. Among the works of local authors, one autograph by Mustafa Ejubović, known as Sheikh Jujo, stands out. It is a gloss on the work Muhtasar Suleiman bin Abdurrahman bin Suleiman al-Maghribi. Sheikh Jujo's gloss on this commentary was written in 1688. What is important, this work is not even recorded in Sheikh Jujo's own list of his works. Another significant autograph is the work Muharik al-Qulub il-Ibada Allam al-Guyub by Ahmed, son of Mustafa from Mostar. This work was written in 1666 in the town of Užice in the tekija of Sheikh Isa Efendi. Franciscan Monastery in Vojnica. Regarding the origin and enrichment of the library's book collection, the core holdings consisted of books that the Franciscans brought as gifts from other countries where they were educated. The library contains a modest collection of manuscripts in Oriental languages, 7 in Turkish and 2 in Arabic, as well as over 3,000 documents in the Turkish language. It is assumed that these manuscripts were acquired during the 19th century for the purpose of learning Turkish language. The oldest manuscript is work Sharh Vasiyati Bergevi, authored by Ali el-Sadri Konevi, copied in 1833. A unique item in this manuscript collection is the manuscript under signature MS-23. This is a translation of the Gospel according to Matthew, known as Injil, into the Turkish language. It is not known that a similar example exists in other manuscript collections in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Franciscan Monastery Petričevac. The Petričevac Monastery holds a smaller collection of Oriental manuscripts in Arabic, Turkish, and Persian languages, totaling 8 manuscript codices. Among the manuscripts in the Oriental collections of the Petričevac Monastery, the oldest is a copy of the Mushaf dating from 1459. It should be emphasized that the Oriental collection of the Petričevac Monastery also contains several works written by Sheikh Tokadi Muhammad Emin. In one manuscript codex, 3 of his risalas, or short treatises, are recorded: Tuhfa al-Tulab li Hidayah al-Ahbab, Risala fi Haq Suluk al-Hal ila Tariq Naqshbandi, and Irshad al-Salikin. One longer and several shorter wills, or wasiyatnames, as well as one qasida dedicated to the Naqshbandi silsila. Although this well-known Sufi scholar left behind numerous works in Arabic, Turkish, and Persian, his works represent a true rarity in Bosnian and Herzegovinian manuscript collections. Archives of this is a first page of one of his short treatises, Tuhfa al-Tulab li Hidayah al-Ahbab. Archives of the Franciscan monastery Gorca Livno. The collection of Oriental manuscripts consists of 18 manuscripts. Regarding the languages in which the works are written, 11 works are in Arabic and 7 in Turkish. All manuscripts were purchased by Friar Lovro Karaula and left to the monastery for permanent care. Among the manuscripts in Arabic, 3 are copies of the Mus'haf. All 3 manuscript copies are incomplete. Professor's Library of the Franciscan Gymnasium in Visoko. The Professor's Library of the Franciscan Gymnasium in Visoko possesses a collection of 89 manuscripts in Oriental languages. Of these, 54 manuscripts are in Arabic, 31 in Turkish, and 2 manuscript copies each in Persian and Bosnian. 2 copies each of the manuscripts An'am and Manasikul Hajj are found in this collection. 1 copy of An'am contains Evrad Sheikh Pir Mehmed Behai, the words of the founder of the Naqshbandi order, which may indicate that this manuscript was used in the ritual practice of the Naqshbandis in Bosnia. Manuscript collections of the madrasas, from local collections to centralized protection. The manuscript holdings of Bosnia and Herzegovinian madrasas today are largely integrated into the collection of the Gazi Husrev Bey's Library in Sarajevo, which functions as the central heritage institution of the Islamic community in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Between the late 19th and mid-20th centuries, a systematic process of collecting and preserving these materials was carried out, culminating in the transfer of the largest part of manuscripts from various madrasas to Sarajevo, thanks to the visionary efforts of Mehmed Handžić. This centralized library honorably represents Bosnia and Herzegovina and also preserves priceless cultural heritage from certain destruction. Today, the Gazi Husrev Bey's Library preserves more than 1,050 manuscript codices encompassing over 2,000 works transferred from dozens of madrasas across Bosnia and Herzegovina. The manuscript collections held within the Gazi Husrev Bey Library include those from, as you can see here, Madrasa of Gazi Husrev Bey, Simzade Madrasa, Musafi Madrasa, Madrasa of Elči Ibrahim Pasha, Madrasa of Mehmed Pasha Kukavica, Madrasa of Sultan Ahmed, Madrasa in Visoko, Madrasa of Karadžos Bey, Madrasa of Memishah Bey, Madrasa of Osman Kapetan, Svirac Madrasa, and Madrasa in Zvornik. During research, it was determined that some codices, even before the centralization of the collections, had ended up in other institutions, such as Oriental Institute, the Archives of Herzegovina, or the National and University Library of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Libraries founded at madrasas were the best supplied, most numerous, and the most interesting in terms of content. The majority of the preserved works are in Arabic grammar, and fiqh. Of all the madrasas whose collections are now housed in the Gazi Husrev Bey's Library, I will briefly refer only to the 3 most significant ones: Gazi Husrev Bey Madrasa, the Karadžos Bey Madrasa, and the Elči Ibrahim Pasha's Madrasa. Madrasa of Gazi Husrev Bey. Madrasa was founded in 1583. From today's perspective, it is very difficult to speak about the initial collection of the Gazi Husrev Bey's Library, since it is not precisely specified in the Vakfiyya, and because the majority of books have been lost over time, mostly as a consequence of wartime events, as well as various natural disasters and fires that struck Sarajevo. However, based on notes and stamps found in certain manuscript copies, it can be seen that they were part of the original collection. From the initial holdings of the Gazi Husrev Bey Madrasa, today the Gazi Husrev Bey Library preserves 23 codices, including a total of 14 works on Arabic grammar, 10 copies of dictionaries, and 1 work each from various fields such as tafsir, Islamic law, preaching, and mathematics. The first book inventory of the Gazi Husrev Bey's Library holdings dates from 1864 to 1888 and was compiled by the librarian Salih Sidki Hadž Husejnović Muvekit. Library of Madrasa of Elči Ibrahim Pasha in Travnik is one of the most significant educational Madrasa of Elči Ibrahim Pasha Travnik is one of the most significant educational institutions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, established during the Ottoman period and continues to exist today. It is also the oldest educational institution of this type in Travnik. Its founder, Elchi Ibrahim Pasha, initially endowed 98 books and later an additional 5, totaling 103. At the beginning of the 20th century, the libraries of the madrasas of Mehmed Pasha Kukavca and Mehmed Pasha Muhsin Zade Muhsinovic were annexed to the library of Madrasa of Elchi Ibrahim Pasha. Regarding manuscripts previously transferred from this institution to the Gazi Husrev Bey's library in Sarajevo, a total of 478 manuscripts were moved in early September 1939, while 58 codices remained in the parent institution. The autograph of the work An-Namliya fi Izhar al-Qawaid as-Sarfiyya wa Nahwiyya, written in Arabic in 1642 by Abu Kemal Ismail el-Travniki, from Travnik, is preserved under signature MS 341. The library collection currently housed in the Madrasa of Elchi Ibrahim Pasha continued to grow after the madrasa's reopening and new comprises 105 manuscript codices with 130 works. These were digitized in 2012 by the Yunus Emre Institute as part of a project for digitizing manuscripts in heritage institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Of the total number of works, 69 are written in Arabic, 39 in Turkish, and 3 in Persian. There are also 8 bilingual works, mainly dictionaries consisting of Arabic, Turkish, and Turkish-Persian dictionaries. Library of Karađoz Bey Madrasa in Mostar. The Madrasa of Karađoz Bey is the most significant educational institution in the Herzegovina region. Over time, the Madrasa of Karađoz Bey became a secure repository for other smaller private and madrasa manuscript collections. After the closure of the institutions, the collections from the libraries of Derviš Pasha Bajezidagić, the Madrasa of Babu Saade Ahmed Aga in Mostar, and Ibrahim Pasha from Počitelj were transferred there. When the Karađoz Bey's library collection was transferred to the Gazi Husrev Bey's library in 1950, it comprised 552 manuscripts with a total of 856 works. The greatest value of this collection lies in the autographs of Herzegovinian authors Mustafa Ejubović, Sheikh Jujo, and Ibrahim Opijač. 6 autograph manuscripts by Sheikh Jujo were part of this collection, and it's noteworthy that Sheikh Jujo personally endowed 2 manuscript copies for the Karađoz Bey Madrasa, where he served as mudaris. From the Karađoz Bey Madrasa library funds, 3 volumes of Sururi's autograph commentary on the Mesnevi were transferred to the Gazi Husrev Bey's library. These are autographs of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th volumes of Sharhi Mesnevi al-Manevi, written in Persian by Muslihuddin Mustafa bin Shaban as-Sururi. The work was endowed by Derviš Pasha el-Mostari. Tekkes and their manuscript collections. Although formal educational processes were not their primary function, these institutions preserved valuable theological, legal, philosophical, and literary texts through specific forms of spiritual education. A large number of tekkes across many cities in Bosnia and Herzegovina were destroyed during the frequent wars and other disasters that repeatedly struck the territory of present-day Bosnia and Herzegovina. Along with these institutions, the small libraries they possessed were also destroyed. The materials that managed to survive were mostly those that had been relocated beforehand to madrasas or to other public libraries. What can be stated with certainty regarding the thematic scope of these collections is that they predominantly contained works in the field of Sufism. Manuscript collections concentrated in Bosnia and Herzegovinian tekkes contain renowned works from various disciplines: philosophy, theology, hadith sciences, Quranic exegesis, history, philology, Islamic law, literature, and others. Today, information is available only about the manuscript holdings of 2 tekkes, the Haji Sinan or Silohdar Mustafa Pasha tekke in Sarajevo and the Mesudia tekke in Kačun. This collection will be discussed in the following sections. Tekke of Haji Sinan. Tekke of Silohdar Mustafa Pasha, better known as the Haji Sinan, in Sarajevo, is one of the most significant institutions of its kind in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Built in the 17th century, from its establishment, it played an important role in the spread and presence of the Qadiriya Sufi order in this region. The last sheikh of the tekke was Nasir Misirlić. After his death in 1955, the tekke's collection of documents, manuscripts, and printed works was purchased from his family. The archival and manuscript collection with 107 manuscripts of the tekke of Hajj Sinan was transferred to the Historical Archives of Sarajevo in 1959 with the aim of ensuring proper storage and protection from destruction. As shown in the chart, immediately after works on Sufism, various collections of supplications, duas, and ilahis anthologies, Majmuas, follow work on medicine with a total of 20 items, both complete and fragmentary. It is known that within the Hajj Sinan tekke in Sarajevo, since as early as 1768, there existed a timarhane, an institution for the treatment of mental illnesses. This long-standing tradition of medical care is further reflected in the rich manuscript collection of the institution, which included over 20 works related to medicine. These texts not only highlight the practical and theoretical knowledge of medical science at the time, but also demonstrate the integral role that such institutions played in the preservation and dissemination of medical knowledge within the Ottoman and Bosnian cultural context. And the last one, the Mesudia tekke in Kačuni. The Mesudia library was officially opened on October 3rd, 2013 in Kačuni. The library is named after Sheikh Mesud Haji Meylić. Its conceptual founder is considered to be Sheikh Hafiz Kazim Efendi Haji Meylić. The book and manuscript collection has been gradually enriched, mainly through purchases and donations. The library operates as a public institution, open to a wide audience, while with its manuscript collection. There are 230 digitized manuscripts in Arabic, Turkish, Persian, and Bosnian. The oldest manuscript in the library dates back to 1448. As a conclusion, I can say that the manuscript heritage preserved in Franciscan monasteries, madrasas, and tekkes in Bosnia and Herzegovina represents an invaluable segment of the country's cultural legacy. Despite historical hardships, wartime destruction, and significant losses, many manuscript collections have been preserved thanks to the dedication, vision, and efforts of individuals and institutions. This research has demonstrated that the thematic diversity of these collections, ranging from theology, law, linguistics, and philosophy through Sufism and ethics to medicine and lexicography. Most of mentioned collections are digitized. Digitization, cataloging, and scholarly processing of these collections are essential steps toward their greater accessibility and protection, but also it will enable a deeper exploration of the multi-layered nature and diversity of Bosnia's cultural heritage. Za kraj samo jedan sažetak na bosanskom jeziku. Ukratko, izlaganjem sam nastojala predstaviti rad na čuvanju i očuvanju rukopisnog nasljeđa na orijentalnim jezicima u bosansko-hercegovačkim, franjevačkim samostanima, medresama i tekijama. Dakle, tokom istraživanja nastojala sam istražiti, dakle, u svim pojedinačnim institucijama ukupan broj rukopisnih dijela koja su na arapskom jeziku, kao i zastupljenost svih tih dijela prema oblastima, odnosno procentualni udio dijela na arapskom, na turskom i na perzijskom jeziku. Kao što možemo vidjeti, za razliku od, pored dakle, ovih očekivanih institucija koje su čuvale bogato pisano nasljeđe na orijentalnim jezicima, kakve su medrese i tekije u kojima se odvijao i obrazovni proces, i franjevački samostani su pokazali dakle, izraženu aktivnost na prikupljanju, a sve sa ciljem očuvanja od gubitka bogate baštine pisane na orijentalnim jezicima u Bosni i Hercegovini. Srećom, većina ovih rukopisa danas je digitalizirana i nadamo se da će u što skorije vrijeme biti sve dostupnija javnosti i istraživačima. Hvala.
Thank you very much for this extremely interesting presentation. Now I would like to invite Ms. Esma Kučukalić to give us her presentation.
poštovanje. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have this lecture in Sarajevo. That is concepts in regional approach. The same issue happens with the Euromed context or the Euro-Mediterranean. And this is the field that we are investigating right now in terms of communication and international relations. And I think that Bosnia should definitely be understood from this new theoretical frame that we are trying to give to this space. Usually we try to chop the spaces in micro levels. When we are talking about Bosnia, we usually put it in the context of integrations of the Balkans or European Union integrations, but rarely we put this wider picture to the whole topic in order to understand it properly. And the Euromed context definitely has to be, for our investigation, this starting point. Why Euromed and why Bosnia? Well, when we are talking about Mediterranean, we are talking about a very small space. It's just 100% of the global ocean surface, but it's crowded of people. We are talking about more of 500 million people housing this space. It's at the same time one of the most unequal frontiers in the world. The differences between the north and the south are 4 times unequal than in any other frontier in the world. At the same time, we are facing clearly the climate change over our small space, and especially the political and geopolitical instability. In these elements, we have also a very symbolic anniversary where this conference is taking place right now. This is the 30 years of Srebrenica genocide. And it's a kind of juxtaposition for this Euromed space where we are facing the lack of, or the failure of this promise of never again after the Srebrenica genocide, where we promised that the ability of international and transnational justice would stop new genocides. So we are facing right now the worst momentum in terms of genocide in the region. So this juxtaposition is taking place in these 30 years. But it's not something separated geographically or historically. The Srebrenica genocide takes place when a very symbolic process had been born for this place or this hybrid concept of Euromed. And it was the Barcelona process. I am not sure if you are connected with this huge initiative that took place exactly 30 years ago after Srebrenica, with the willing of the European Union to foster a kind of political, economical, and especially civil society movement for this region. 30 years ago, this political and economical boosting of Euromed space have mutated in EU accession policies, neighborhood policies, more and more chapping of these territories in MENA, Balkans, and so on. But especially, we are facing the failure of this civil society branch in terms of this huge process that was Barcelona. Why? We have been able to foster a kind of institutions One of them was the Annalyn Foundation, that was a kind of boosting laboratory for projects, for exchange, for cultural ties, but nothing else. So we have not been able to build a kind of institution which can speak in the name of civil society around the Euromed region, despite several events like the Arab Springs. Even in Bosnia we had a kind of conate of spring during the 2014. So what we are facing from the position of communication where it's very difficult to portray this hybrid mutation of regions, is a persistent polarization. We can move maybe to the discussion point, because we are stated a kind of variables where we are trying to monitorize the elements that we are facing in these 30 years of investigation from the position of communication and political processes that have taken place in this time, and with the possibility of new approaches in terms of communicology to portray and try to change the vision about this space in a positive manner, or at least constructive way. What we are facing right now in these 30 years, and it's not just about Bosnia and Herzegovina that this is the case, is the whole region, is the growing of polarization, geopolitical tensions and divergent national interests, power asymmetry, the inherent imbalances between the UA and the southern partners, the broken promise of the never again after Srebrenica, that it's a continuum in the region, and the need of this changing theoretical frame in order to understand the region and offer a kind of opportunity to mobilize a civil society from the component of the communication. You know that the communication is a tool, and it's very necessary to offer new ways of portraying the conflicts in order to understand it definitely. This work that it's in process has also philosophical components that are quite important. We can mention just two authors that are current and quite relevant for this idea. One is Edgar Morin. I had an opportunity to interview him and to understand this space like a matrice. He's talking about the Euromed like not a fatherhood or this frontier addressing, but rather than see that it's embracing us, and despite our diversity, we are condemned to live together. The second one is maybe one of the most Mediterranean Balkan authors. It's Predrag Matvejevic, the Herzegovinian author, who stated that the Mediterranean is not a space of coexistence, but rather it's a space of, or a common destiny. So if we understand that our framework of movement and policy-making processes and decision, it's not short micro-level elements, but rather a wider space where we can exchange, where we have differences, but it's our common destiny, probably we can boost new ways and vehicles of communication in this sense. Why is interesting Bosnia for this landscape that we are trying to portray? Because we have these 30 years of transition here in this very small portraying scenario, where we can focus in post-war building processes, policy-making ideals, communication of these processes, and highly impacted communities that are or condemned to live together or rather share a common destiny. So we can see in this small territory how the Euromed region also can portray these new challenges of polarization. So as I said, this is an ongoing idea right now, and we are trying to state the consecution of these variables in order to find the evidences in the final ideas in terms of theory. But what we are testing right now is if the Mediterranean, with these contact points that can be the Bosnia, one of them, can be this geopolitical laboratory of shared destiny, and how to communicate and vehicle this civil society boosting. I forgot to mention that 30 years later, in October last year, in 2024, I had an opportunity to attend a high-level meeting held by the European Commission and civil society representatives from all over the Mediterranean, where was launched a Barcelona Declaration 30 years later, claim for a shared humanity. All these claims that started 30 years ago, after what happened here in Srebrenica, are visible and stay 30 years later. So it's an urgency to mobilize a kind of civil society diplomacy in terms to make the balance in the dialogue with the policy-making actors in the light of these communicational processes. So that would be my first addressing. Hope it's clear because it's still an ongoing process. I am going to translate it in a very short way in Bosnian. Moje izlaganje je bilo vezano za jednu investigaciju koja je trenutno još uvijek u procesu. Spojili smo determinante iz oblasti međunarodnih odnosa i komunikacije vezane za regionalne pristupe geopolitici. Obično iz polja međunarodnih odnosa tražimo mikro-level prostore za istraživanje, ali sve više i više su zanimljivi regionalni pristupi međunarodnim odnosima. Spomenuli smo, na primjer, Global South kao jedan hibridni koncept, zato što ne radi se samo o geografskom prostoru ili istorijskim zajedničkim tačkama, nego različitim komponentama koje povezuju te prostore. I drugi regionalni pristup bi bio Euromediteran, gdje definitivno pripada Bosna i Hercegovina. U ovom izlaganju se zalažemo da je vrlo bitno da promijenimo taj teoretski pristup istraživanjima specijalno s oblasti komunikologije, gdje ne možemo kompletnu sliku dešavanja savremenih tranzicijskih prostora, ali također i savremenih konflikta razumjeti samo s tih mikrolevel spoljišta, nego treba nam jedna opširniji prostor i to bi bio Euromediteran. Pomenuli smo dva procesa koji su determinante za to. Jedan je 30 godina genocida u Srebrenici, koji je značio za međunarodni kontekst jedan nikada više, zato što smo razvili mehanizme, instrumente tranzicijske i međunarodne pravde da se to ponovo ne dogodi. Ali 30 godina kasnije suočavamo se posebno na ovom prostoru Euromediterana, koji je, rekli smo, predstavlja samo 1% vode na planeti, ali je naseljen sa više od 500 miliona ljudi, stanovnika. Suočava se sa strašnim genocidima kao što je sada Gaza, ali također sa izazovima koji se mogu vidjeti na jedan zapanjujući način. Razmišljamo da bi bilo jako važno da komponente koje vidimo u načinu portretisanja tog prostora u ovih 30 godina, gdje je ta komponenta Srebrenice i svi napori koji su se pokušali razviti nakon toga na tom prostoru, kao što je proces Barcelone, gdje smo se zalagali, Evropska unija, u stvari da napravi jednu mobilizaciju političkih, ekonomskih i društvenih saradnji, suočavaju se konstantno sa istim fenomenima koje možemo da sretnemo sada u Bosni i Hercegovini. Polarizaciji, razlikama koje su sve teže i teže među sjevera i juga, migrantskim pojavama, ekonomskim i političkim tenzijama. I razmišljamo da bi te kontakt zone bile definitivno važne da možemo da promijenimo portretisanje sa aspekta komunikacije ovih konflikta koji na taj način zaista nisu definitivno obrazloženi i ne možemo ih ni razumjeti na taj način. U tom smislu postoje razne studije koje se zalažu za jedan novi pristup portretisanju konflikta koji se dešavaju na ovom području, koje se zove konstruktivno novinarstvo, gdje osim problema tražimo rješenja, evidencije tih rješenja, da li su pustile korijenje ili ne, i također limitacije, šta nije uspjelo u njima, i mogućnost replikabiliteta ili da li se mogu primijeniti na drugim područjima. Kao što kažem, to je istraživanje još uvijek u toku. Bosna nam je tu determinantna i rodila se ideja da se svrsti Bosna kao jedna od varijabli u ovom istraživanju isključivo nakon ove konferencije i našli smo dodatne tačke i kako to društvo može da se mobilizira za jedan vid diplomatije u svrhu društvene diplomatije ili diplomatije društva. Moram da spomenem da upravo u ovoj ustanovi, u Istorijskom muzeju, 2019. godine pokušali smo uraditi jedan takav eksperiment koji je zapravo poslije se izrodio u jedan širi projekt, zvala se Skupština građana Mediterana i Sarajevo je bio jedan od njenih kontakt pointsa, jedna kontakt zona, gdje je izdana također jedna sarajevska deklaracija gdje se zalažu svi učesnici tog kruga za razlike i različitosti ovog grada kao jedno svjetlo vodeće za čitav ovaj prostor Euromediterana. Nakon toga uspjeli smo da uradimo jako zanimljive projekte u vidu razmjene kulturne, također naučnih razmjena i nažalost ta fondacija koja je zalagala se za taj pokret je ugašena zato što nije nastavila sa ekonomskim sredstvima koje je trebala da dobije od strane Evropske unije. To je također jedan pokazatelj da ta društvena komponenta procesa Barcelone zapravo nije nikada bila jedan od ključnih stubova čitave ideje i to je nažalost jedna slika koja pokazuje koliko je teško hodati prema tome ili tragati prema toj ideji društvene diplomatije, ali komponente postoje, pristupi postoje, procesi politički također postoje i teorija sa strane akademske i filozofske stanovišta postoji, tako da je tu naše da složimo ove sve karte i da možda pokrenemo jednu novu građansku diplomaciju sa Bosnom kao kontakt zonom. Hvala vam puno.
Before we continue and proceed further on, I would like first to thank to our first speakers, Dr. Maš and Dr. Tušković, and also to, I really enjoyed both presentations and also had some questions later on. And before we continue, this is just things to remember that to be part of this conference, this is a small certificate, and this is just thank you much for being with us today. And also to our professor, which will take for us. Now we're going to have a small discussion on both roles, and I would also like to ask Professor Majimich to moderate the
Does it work? Yes, okay. Is the sound okay? Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you both for these very interesting presentations. I was thinking what is the common point of your presentations, and I found that this is actually communication. Like, so we could put this as the main subject of this part of the conference. So I would start with colleague Majimich. I was following your presentation. It was very comprehensive, and I suppose that this is a part of a bigger project. So maybe you could tell us something about this bigger project.
The research was the project I've been working on a few years in Oriental Institute in Sarajevo. I tried to, at the beginning of my research, I had only basic information based on published catalogs of manuscripts on Oriental languages, but most of them were published before the last aggression on Bosnia and Herzegovina in period 92-95. So it should be revalorized, and I had to investigate today's actual number of codices, existing manuscript collections. The result of this research was published as a book, published last year, at the end of last year, where I comprised all most important, actually, informations about works written on Arabic, Persian, and Turkish language, works written by Bosnian authors, whose number is important, and I tried to just give a little bit of the maybe impulse to broader spectrum of research to do more than me, to go to these institutions, to research the manuscripts, to publish papers on these works, and that was the only way to keep it from the, I don't know, destroying or forever lasting else.
And you have been in all these institutions that you have mentioned?
Well, the most part of my research was in period of Corona pandemic. So I wasn't able, but I communicated to all of it, and the people work there as a one who are actually keeping that manuscript collections, gave me informations about that I needed for my research. So most of them I saw, but I will keep research this topic, and I will have an impact in it.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to now to ask Esma something, but because of your answer, I would like to continue with you. Because listening to you, I was also thinking that it would be interesting to make opposite investigation in the do like as you have investigation of this written heritage kept in Franciscan monasteries, that it would be interesting to know, do these institutions like madrasas and tekes have some manuscripts on Western languages, on Latin or...
Primary goal of my research were manuscripts in Oriental languages, because I work in Oriental Institute, and that's my research interest, primary goal.
So you don't know for the opposites?
Franciscan monastery in Poinica possesses one number of dictionaries in Latin, dictionaries of Turkish language in Latin, and that's all I can say. I don't know Latin language, so I couldn't say more.
Okay, I will be back. So now, just not to leave Esma without speaking. So we start with colleague Majimich, with her project on which she is working. So you actually finished your presentation with mentioning one interesting project which unfortunately doesn't exist anymore, and the name of it was like Assembly of Citizens of Mediterranean, have I translated right. And so actually this is something what you have mentioned, and it was in which year?
In which year? Yeah. Well, the Mediterranean Citizens Assembly, it was a long-term project. In fact, it started in 2008, before the Arab Springs and all the social mobilization that we can state in the Mediterranean, in a very optimistical moment, I have to say, for the Mediterranean, because at that moment we were talking about the integrations, the European Union exceeds several countries, you know, the big ampliation of the European Union was taking place in that moment. The economical momentum also was good before the big crisis in 2008. And at that moment, I think it was a quite visionary project, because we were not aware at all what is supposed to be a citizen circle, why it's important to have a kind of assembly, citizens' assembly in the Mediterranean context. But very short time later, we started facing the clash. No? That is also a kind of definition of contact zone. No? It's a kind of frictions, positive and negatives as well. So these citizen circles became a very important focal points where you can dialogue with the grassroots issues, contact very primary persons, primary sources, and exchange ideas, needs, and try to push some kind of policy making impact in this sense. The headquarters of these foundations was firstly stated in Marseille and later in Valencia in Spain. And since this position, a Mediterranean city, we shared a huge network with more than 32 cities around the Euromed region. And one of them was in Sarajevo, without sea, but a very Mediterranean-rooted city. Another one was projected in Mostar as well, but it also have been placed in Croatia, in other places of Balkans. And the idea now is quite important. Suddenly the economical support of this idea was being blacked out in a certain way, but it's existing and it's claimed. In this last declaration in 2024, one of the main ideas was the need of this citizens' diplomacy, where we can share and raise our voice in terms of shared humanity, reshaping the humanity was the title. So I hope that we can vehiculize again the idea. It would be very important.
Yes, and this idea connected with this project is actually kind of background for this presentation that you have today about, I don't remember the name, but about this Euro-Mediterranean idea, actually this Euro-Mediterranean idea. So, and something what I have written, you wrote, I have read, on your presentation is Bosnia as a critical barometer of European relations, and it I have association or something what Professor Meyli said in his opening speech about the Sheikh Hussein Baba Zukic, who said that for Bosnians, for Bosnian person, that what is in your hair don't give too much. Yeah, there is no everybody who is ready to accept it.
No?
Yeah.
Don't open you too much. No?
Yeah, and it was like kind of association. Do you agree with me?
Well, I think that
Bosnia is a critical barometer.
yes, definitely. I think that because we are in a small space facing the ongoing processes that we are also impacting in a wider context of the Europe in terms of polarization, relativization, tensions, political tensions, but also this underreported stories like your exposition that is maybe not a mainstream in the general communication of places like Bosnia and Herzegovina, where you can see this diversity, when you can recognize the tradition and also the care of heritage in terms of diversity, that it's very, very important, and it would be important to portray it and to share it outside, because it's at the same time a kind of very positive impact for the audiences. we are facing, in the general terms in communication, a kind of disconnection of the news because it's impacting very negatively in our mood. We cannot do anything about the things that is happening, that are happening. But if we portray it in another way, the issues with this perspective of construction, just a kind of metaphor. If you are noticed by a doctor that you have a cancer, just this, probably you will be broken. If the doctor say you, well, but there is a possibility of solution because we have some, I don't know, ongoing treatment, you will accept it in a different way. So if you are portraying the news just like a problem without any kind of constructive replicability that have been used in other places and worked, we are impacting in a negative way. This is not a mission of the communication. And in this sense, Bosnia's underreported stories, that we are working a lot on them, for example, when we are talking about Srebrenica and the mothers of Srebrenica, not just like an object of the genocide, but also a political subject that have been able to change the international law and the transnational justice. We are portraying in a different way the stories. If we are talking about diversity from this heritage, caring, if we are talking about stories that are taking place with all the components of the story, you are impacting in a different way, and you are accomplishing the different way the mission of your communication.
Yes, and this is what I also liked very much in your presentation, this optimism, which is actually important part of it. And this is connected, I have to mention it now, this is connected with this idea of Euro-Mediterranean area, and that Bosnia belongs to it. And this is actually kind of a new idea, which you connected with also Predrag Matvejević, when we have discussed before, it was my association also. And I remember you said that he wrote that Mediterranean is a place of common destiny. And I remember that he wrote also that Mediterranean is where tamo gdje smokva raste i magarenjače, so where the fig grows and donkeys are making sounds. So in this case, so Bosnia is actually Mediterranean, although it is not on the, it is with with only 14 kilometers on the exits on the sea. So tell us a little bit more about this Euro-Mediterranean idea.
Well, as I mentioned at the beginning, I think this is a quite hybrid concept. It's not just about geographical space, that it is, but it's a very diverse geographical space. We are speaking more than 18 languages in this small space. We are very different in colors, in faiths, in culture. We have some historical grassroots for sure. We have this clear exchange of population that is a determinant point that make this diversity and this coexistence, and we are impacting in a very negative way with this necrological politics that we are spreading from the north of Europe through the south with these migration routes that we are addressing in a such unhuman way, because the migration is, I think, is DNK of the Mediterranean as well. And in this sense, it's a hybrid concept. It's, in fact, this space of destiny, because we are condemned to coexist, but also we have this common destiny where we cannot put barriers. No, we cannot make a kind of fortress of Europe and the rest of the Mediterranean. The global challenges and the global issues like the climate challenge, like the migration, like the poverty, are impacting us anyway. So this idea that Matvejević has the vision to state 30 years ago, probably, it's the truth. this is our destiny, and probably we should address this destiny in a different way.
Okay, thank you very much. And in this context of destiny and exchanges, in your presentation, I have particularly noticed that you have mentioned that, I think in Fornica, I'm not sure, Franciscan monastery in Fornica, they have the Mate Gospel in Injil, Matija, kako se kaže, znam, that they have this gospel from Matthew on a Turkish language, and that in Visoko, if I remember well, they have a copy of Anam, Anam, which is something what was used in the Naqshbandi order practice. And so could you tell something more about this?
Well, an is a collection of religious texts, supplications, but only they have their obligatory chapters, so every An'am has same one part that is same in every manuscript copy. About this manuscript copy, which contains Wird for Naqshbandi order, that's the annex to this collection of supplications. About Injil manuscript in Fornica, that's the rare manuscript of one Catholic text written in Turkish language, and it's one of that species in Bosnia.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. And in the world, are there in the world some of this Gormati gospel on no. Turkish? No? This is unique.
Yes.
Very interesting. Okay, now I would like to ask audience, do you have some questions for our presenters?
Thank you very much for this great discussion. And I only have a few comments to Dr. Majimich and Dr. Kučkalić. The one is there any model that we can find in Franciscan monasteries? Which manuscripts do we have the more, that we have the less? The way that they came into the collection, is there any records? That is your comments on that.
We can say that friars collected valuable manuscript copies of Quran as the main text of Islamic culture, and those texts which served as a material for learning Turkish language, grammars, lexicographical works, dictionaries, and so on. So that was the primary goal, to collect these manuscripts. Others were just, I don't know, maybe keeping up from destroying or just preserving.
And only have this small also comment to Dr. Kučkalić. Is the European Union or EU, Europe, trying to westernize Mediterranean? Because Mediterranean doesn't mean only Europe. It is also when you talk, it is the culture also to the North Africa, to the Eastern Mediterranean, also these other states. When we talk now for the European perspective, we only talk about Mediterranean as our sea, but it is also these cultures on the other side. It's your comment.
Yeah, this is a very interesting question, and I have another question for answering. If we think about the most crowded capital city in Europe, what could be the most populated city in Europe. Yeah, because this is a not Eurocentric approach. And what would be the only European capital city founded by Muslims or by Arabs? What could be the only capital city in Europe? Madrid. Madrid. It was founded by Muslims. Yes, definitely. We are absorbing the concept of Mediterranean and the heritage of Mediterranean from this Eurocentric position. And in the negotiation, this inequality between the north and west, the east and the other regions of the Mediterranean are always addressing from the European Union. And that's the lack of this opportunity that we have. But the boosting of this mobilization, social mobilization, right now is not led by anyone. So we should think about it. And we maybe should take the opportunity to try to make it ours again, no? And decentralize it.
May I add something? This is actually, you want to change paradigm, you want to completely transform the narrative, because we in the Western culture, to which I belong, is always saying about Mediterranean as a cradle of the civilization, but thinking especially on this Greek and Roman civilization, not yeah.
No, my point now is not to change or to make any kind of revolutionary approach, but I think that it's important to stay the frame. It's happening right now with the conflict in Ukraine, for example, when we are trying to portray it from the Western position, just using the declaration, the theatralization of the politics or politicians, and that's it. And we are not going to the factual issues that can portray the ongoing of this conflict. And usually it happens in several places where the conflicts are always clashing or are latent. And the Euromed region, definitely, we are absorbing the narrative. So maybe it would be interesting to push for new narratives and to change underreported stories in order to understand the reality of this diversity.
I agree with you completely. So should we finish? Okay, thank you again very much, and I would like to thank the audience also. And
before we go on the break, I would like to ask Professor Majimich to address the audience with this brief introduction to the next segment.
Ja ću vam se zahvaliti na ovakvom iscrpnom informacijama koje ste nam dali, istraživačkim vašim radovima i ovim govorom, što me posebno inspirisalo dok sam ovdje sjedio i znajući nešto malo engleski, kako sam mogu razumjeti, koliko mi je Haris preveo, želio bih samo nešto da kažem bez postavljanja pitanja na ovo sve, a to jeste Bosna u ovome kontinuitetu, da kažemo 140 godina, evo 150, lakše će nam biti, prošlo je kroz 6 faza uprava. Ti 6 faza uprava koje su na ovim prostoru bile, svakako su jedan ili na neki način degradacija u nekom kontekstu našega ovdje uma koje mi u Bosni i Hercegovini smo imali, imamo ga potisnut, što svakako vidimo kroz historijski aspekt škole i rukopisa koji su do danas ostali mimo svih onih razaranja koje su ovdje bile.
I would like to thank you for your very detailed and excellent presentations. The question, or rather more of a comment to add, would be that in the past 140, 150 years, Bosnia has undergone numerous, half a dozen different types of regimes, and with each cycle we can actually notice a type of degradation that with every new cycle, specifically from the point of view of literary cultures, manuscript traditions, and so on, we do see a decline.
Koliko god je kontakt zona Bosna i Hercegovina sa ljudima, toliko je kontakt zona i sa znanjem. imamo nešto što nam je kroz istoriju svakako bilo ovdje, imamo nešto novo što nas danas, čim se susrećemo u zadnje vrijeme, što svakako iz izlagača se to vidi. Ja bih vam još jednom se zahvalio na ovakvom dubokome razmišljanju, poimanju i kako vrijeme ističe, imam osjećaj da Bosna i Hercegovina sve više napreduje mimo svih opstrukcija koje postoje da se Bosna razvije i tekako napreduju u svom nekom kontekstu, pogotovo u znanju, u kulturi, umjetnosti. A evo vidite ovih dana od Srebrenice do svih ostalih dešavanja kulturnih koji se dešavaju zajedno i sa ovim ovdje. Još jednom vam hvala na učešću ove konferencije, svakako izlagačima budućima koji će izlagati svoje. Hvala vam još jednom.
However, despite many tragic aspects of the past 100+ years in Bosnian history, Bosnia has been a contact zone historically, but moreover it has been a contact zone in terms of knowledge, and I see the future of Bosnia improving through knowledge, which we see growing, and positive remembrance and memory of that past. With that, I would like to thank the presenters today for their excellent presentations.
because it talks about art history and history itself. I'm an art historian, and we have two presentations. The professor Rosana Ratocic, professor comes from the North University from Koprivnica, Croatia. She will give the presentation about the painters from Dubrovnik, the Malaysian coast, during the Bosnian ages. Professor Aida Bajić is our next speaker. Professor Bajić teaches art history at the University of Sarajevo, and she will give the introduction of the survey of the easy interest in the wood design in Bosnian experience. And I would like to welcome Professor Aida Bajić to have a presentation. Thank you.
Congratulations to the Meyli Foundation for organizing this interesting conference, and thankfulness for accepting the proposal of my speech. It's about one element very particular to Bosnian cultural identity, and therefore very important also for the activities of the Meyli Foundation. Wood carving knowledge has been the cornerstone of Bosnian cultural identity for centuries. A particular decorative style named Bosnian style was recognized already in medieval Bosnian culture and was connected even with products designed in wood. The Dubrovnik archives mention most of the items made in the Bosnian way are modum bosniensis, mostly the ornamentation of gold, silver, and cloths. Pointed out in her studies of the decoration of medieval tombstones, statues, and metalworks quotation, the development of a specific Bosnian style that emerged in Bosnia in the 14th and 15th centuries, which uses decorative elements from Hungary, France, Italy, Byzantium, and Islamic art of North Africa, and assembles them in a unique way. End of quotation. Economic and social changes within Bosnian society during the second half of the 14th and the 15th century led to the development of lifestyle patterns that connected Bosnian nobility to the European nobility culture. The salesmen of Dubrovnik imported expensive fabrics from Florence, Venice, Mantua, Verona to Bosnia. All those precious goods left a mark on the development of the artisan craft. Expensive fabrics decorated with ornaments and interwoven with silver and gold threads have left a mark on goldsmithing, but also on wood carving. Rich ornamental, floral, and figural decorations, along with the intricate iconographic program of subdeveloped forms of statues, such as this famous statue from Zgošća, this one, demonstrate common stylistic elements and influences that existed between various master workshops in medieval Bosnian art, including wood carvings and manuscript illuminations. Advanced medieval craftsmanship had an impact on Bosnian wood carving during the Ottoman era, when wood carving in Bosnia reached new heights. An interesting example of an encounter of medieval and Islamic culture in the field of wood carving is the Beglerović house in the village of Repovci near Konjic, with two different types of decorations on so-called musandras, built-in wardrobes. We have so-called colorful and oriental one. The upper part of the musandra was decorated with hunting scenes inspired by statues, while the other part was inspired by the Islamic decorations. According to Alija Bejtić, there were two masters who worked on this musandra. This was Nikola and Mustafa in mid-19th century, and it was an interesting early example of the creative cultural encounters. However, the production and presentation of wood carving in Bosnia and Herzegovina started in an organized, planned, and systematic way during the Austro-Hungarian administration. It was largely associated with the activities of the newly established National Museum in Sarajevo and participation of Bosnia in world exhibitions. We have here some archive photos which are in the collection of the National Museum in Sarajevo, presented the participation of the Bosnian pavilion in the world exhibition in Budapest in 1896. Dr. Ciro Truhelka was the first curator and one of the founders of the National Museum in Sarajevo, and he played a significant role in its development. He collected artifacts to build the future ethnographic collection from various locations all across Bosnia and Herzegovina, and he was also an avid collector of traditional Bosnian furniture. He even attempted to design a typical Bosnian room, and this memorial room of Dr. Ciro Truhelka is today a part of the Cantonal Institute for the Protection of Cultural, Historical, and Natural Heritage in Sarajevo. Bosnian Herzegovinian wood carvers often received recognition and awards at the Millennium Exhibition. Thus, the newspaper Bošnjak, dated April 30, 1896, mentions Mr. Petar Vekić, who displayed a Bosnian smoking room in Budapest, made of walnut wood in the Oriental style and expertly crafted. The same newspaper, published on November 19, 1896, mentions that Sarajevo carpenters, brothers Petar and Lazar Vekić, received the Great Millennium Medal for their furniture exhibited at the mentioned Budapest exhibition. And this is the pavilion. There were 4 pavilions at the Budapest exhibition connected with Bosnia and Herzegovina, and this was precisely the pavilion of Bosnian forestry. The exploitation of forests and the development of the wood industry began during the Austro-Hungarian period. In 1884, Leopold Herceg established the first sawmill in the area of the Papratnica River near Zavidovići, from which the company Krivaja emerged, later the center of wood industry in former Yugoslavia. There was a slogan, "Krivaja is to blame for everything good." That represented the success of the factory from Zavidovići. The history goes back to 1899, when the national government of Bosnia and Herzegovina concluded a contract with 2 companies, Eisler and Bruder from Vienna and Ortlieb from Munich, granting them the right to cut down forests in the area of the Krivaja River at Žep Mountain for 30 years. These 2 companies joined forces in 1900 and registered the company Bosnian Forest Industry, Eisler and Ortlieb in Zavidovići at the district court in Tuzla. At the time of its construction, the sawmill in Zavidovići was one of the largest and most modern in Europe. The presence of the Eisler-Ortlieb company led to the emergence of a very rare architectural style in Bosnia, so-called Alpine folk, Swiss Alpine style, for a residential villa of the company director. Wood carving has been particularly developed in the Konjic area in Herzegovina. Officials of the Austro-Hungarian administration noticed the specific talent of the local wood carvers, especially in the upper course of the Neretva Valley, from the villages of Bijela to Grušća. The travel writer Heinrich Rehna, who visited Konjic twice during 1885 and 1895, wrote about Konjic wood carving in his travelogue, Crisscross Through Bosnia and Herzegovina, saying, "It's also worth recommending a direct trip from Konjic to the valley of Bijela. Beautiful wooden carvings and devices are made here, especially the crates. These are, I presume, large wooden boxes such as sehare, in which the peasants store their clothes and more valuable things. At the beginning of 1906, the first wood carving course started in Konjic, and in 1911, a wood carving training workshop was officially established there. One of the most famous wood carving families from Konjic is the Nikšić family, with a history that spans over a century and more than 4 generations. The current owner's great-grandfather, Gano Nikšić, acquired the carving technique from early woodcarver entrepreneur. He also received innovative educational support from the Austro-Hungarian government at that time, which fostered a professional partnership with Sarajevo's well-established furniture manufacturers such as Butazzoni Venturini. And the another one. And together with this Italian company, they presented their works at Milan Furniture Fair. Nikšić family also presented their work at the Millennium Exhibition in Budapest, Brussels, Vienna, and Paris from 1896 to 1900. Gano passed his skills to his son. One of them, Salih, established the Nikšić family first wood carving workshop in 1919, and his younger brother, Adem, the grandfather of today's owners, took over the firm in 1927 and enlarged it. The Nikšić family inspired other wood carvers in the Konjic area, resulting in approximately 30 furniture workshops between the 2 world wars. They outfitted the salons of many significant families and institutions throughout the former Kingdom of Yugoslavia, including the Ethnographic Museum in Belgrade and the National Museum in Sarajevo. The period of socialist Yugoslavia challenged the concept of privately run businesses. However, Adem's son reopened the workshop in 1950s and managed to keep it alive. After the dissolution of the former country and the war atrocities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Adem's son Besim has continued the work under the name Rukotvorine, Handicrafts, since 1995. A special phase has been the foundation of the Zanat brand by Besim's son, Adem and Orhan. It marked a completely new, future-oriented concept. As highlighted by Orhan Nikšić, the Zanat CEO, the prime inspiration for launching a new direction to the family business was, quotation, to promote a new approach in furniture design and production that emphasizes craftsmanship and to show how traditional hand-carving techniques can enrich and open new possibilities for design while simultaneously contributing to sustainable socio-economic development. These are elements from the film and from the interior of the Museum of the Zanat brand in Konjic. And later? Okay. These endeavors were soon internationally recognized, and today the most prominent Bosnian, Swedish, Finnish, Italian, French, German, and Japanese designers are the members of the Zanat family. In cooperation with internationally renowned designers such as Monika Förster, Studio Ilse, Wingårds from Sweden, Sebastian Heckner from Germany, Harri Koskinen from Finland, Michele De Lucchi, Ludovica Serafini, and Roberto Palomba from Italy, Jean-Marie Massot from France, and leading BH designers Jasna Mujkic and Salih Teskeregic, Zanat launched a whole range of products, from dining tables, coffee and side tables, chairs, lounge chairs, benches, stools, to accessories and mirrors that were recognized as heroic and completely different from everyone else. Please turn it back to yes, to this one. Jasna Mujkic was the first professional designer who collaborated with the Nikšić family on the modernization of the hand-carved motifs and their application to products of modern design, even before brand Zanat was officially launched. Her beautiful Ombra coffee table, designed for Zanat, please turn it back, was awarded in 2012, and it was made by using small pieces of wood likely to end up as a production waste. What all of the Zanat team has in common is an unwavering enthusiasm for old crafts combined with an exquisite intuition for new technology, real materials and textures, a strong sense of pure, elegant, sophisticated sculptural forms. So-called Igman chairs, designed by Finnish designer Harri Koskinen, were described as an excellent example of integration of Finnish and Bosnian craftsmanship. The cooperation with renowned designers initiated even fundamental questions about the social purpose of design. The Touch collection, this one and the next one example, with its very tactile surfaces, is about the use of carvings to enhance tactility and create a strong physical connection between humans and objects in an increasingly digital world. The hand-carved texture of Matti collection is inspired by the cellular structure of wood, which is not only a visually attractive element, but a reminder that wood was once a living organism. Even the name of the chair collection, Matti, meaning mother in Bosnian language, was chosen to symbolize the chair's motherly sitting comfort. Twisted, hand-carved edges of the so-called wave table, designed by Salih Teskeredzic, were imaginatively inspired by the flow of the Neretva River after an autumn torrent in the Zanat's hometown of Konjic, and thus the genius loci of an authentic geographical setting was engraved in the refined manner in the final product. Some of the products, such as the Bronco box, designed by Swedish designer Monica Förster, pay homage to the great names of art history. As one of the most important sculptors of modernism, Brancusi, he was also a wood carver. So this Bronco box is about Brancusi name. All Zanat products are individually crafted by applying Zanat's exquisite carving techniques, thus creating a contemporary reinterpretation of traditional Konjic wood carving and preserving the original tools and the original techniques. For all these qualities, Zanat products won prestigious awards from international design councils and architect associations, and assisted in the interior design of many renowned companies, premium hotels, restaurants, museums, and award-winning residency. Some of the products, such as the so-called Nur mirror by Monica Förster, were added to the permanent collection of the Swedish National Museum. The wood carving tradition of Konjic was included on the UNESCO list of Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity in 2017. Zanat's founders opened a museum in Konjic in June 2019, dedicated to the UNESCO World Heritage. The museum is intriguing, we can go later, yes, here, both in terms of building and presentation design. It was designed by Emir Salkic and the Normal Arhitektura Studio from Sarajevo, and it's based on parametric design with fragmented spaces that create the illusion of time travel through the ages. At the very end of the museum, you face this wall made of 200 tattoo stools with names of all 4 generations of wood carvers from the Nikšić area. Wood carving in the Konjic area is economically successful, socially inclusive, and environmentally sustainable art form practiced by various ethnic and confessional groups, serving as a means of dialogue and cooperation. And for the end, a short film made by Gavin Elder, entitled The Rhythm of Craft. Thank you for your attention.
Hello again. Now I'm going to have my presentation with the title Dubrovnik Painters in the Medieval Bosnian State, which I choose for this conference, which brings attention to the important topic of Bosnia as a contact zone. So I choose the subject from the Bosnian medieval times, with my research on the presence of Dubrovnik painters in the medieval Bosnian state and kingdom. The early economic ties between the medieval Bosnian state and Dubrovnik are well known, documented in the Charter of Kulinban from the year 1189, which granted Dubrovnik merchants the freedom to trade without any fees. This document likely indicates that Dubrovnik merchants had already been present on that territory, and the charter served as confirmation of their rights. To these economic ties could also be connected artistic ties between Bosnia and Dubrovnik, which could continued throughout the medieval time. Our research into the origins of some monuments of medieval wall painting in Bosnia and Herzegovina has revealed possible connections to the work of Dubrovnik painters. So, with the work of Dubrovnik painters, we have linked the wall painting fragments from Panik near Bileća, the now lost wall paintings from the former church of Franciscan monastery in Olovo, and fragments from the Rao Chapel in Bobovac. In addition to that, to Dubrovnik painter Lovro Dobričević is attributed the painting Christ and the Donor from the Franciscan monastery in Kraljeva Sutjeska, today in the Strossmayer Gallery in Zagreb. We will start with the fragments of wall paintings from the now lost church of unknown dedication in Panik near Bileća that were discovered during archaeological excavations in 1967. Today they are kept in the National Museum in Sarajevo with selected examples on display in the museum's permanent exhibition. Based on numerous common stylistic features, we have linked the fragments from Panik with the well-known Dubrovnik Elafit group of wall paintings, which includes fragments from the old Byzantine Dubrovnik Cathedral and from the churches on the Elafit Islands, Šipan and Koločep. Here are some comparative examples which represent common features in shaping figures from Panik and from this Dubrovnik Elafit group. Next, please. Next. And next. The wall paintings of Dubrovnik Elafit group were dated to the first decades of the 12th century, which we have proposed as the time frame for the Panik fragments as well. The connection between the Panik fragments and the Dubrovnik Elafit group suggests that Dubrovnik was likely one of the early artistic centers from which artistic ideas spread to the continental hinterlands of Bosnia. In the chapel of now lost church of the Franciscan monastery in Olovo, fragments of wall paintings were discovered during archaeological excavations in 1886. These fragments are known to us only through drawing by Ciro Truhelka, who leads the excavation. This drawing is also the only recorded trace of the lost wall paintings from the church, which was destroyed in 1704. And back. Yes. The drawing shows a framed field with 4 fishes with a painted curtain in the lower part. We propose to date this lost wall painting prior to the 15th century, likely to the 14th century. Considering the existence of a large Dubrovnik colony near the mines in Olovo, the likely involvement of Dubrovnik master on the wall paintings in Panik, and the documented work of Dubrovnik masters in Bosnia during the 15th century, we have assumed that the masters who built and painted the church in Olovo also came from Dubrovnik. Next. Bobovac was the capital of the medieval Bosnian kingdom until the Ottoman conquest in 1463. The court chapel at Bobovac is the most significant site in Bosnia and Herzegovina where medieval wall paintings have been discovered. These wall paintings likely date from the reign of King Tvrtko II in the early 1430s. Today, only the traces of the former wall paintings can be seen in the chapel, remains of red drapery painted along the lower parts of all the walls. These remains found in the chapel indicate that the whole interior was painted. A better insight into the artistic features of the wall paintings is provided by fragments on display in the permanent exhibition of the National Museum in Sarajevo. Here are some examples, please. Next. And next. Although preserved only in fragments, the valuable pieces reveal exceptionally high artistic quality, indicating that the Bosnian royal court commissioned one of the finest painters of the time to decorate its royal chapel. Among them, Dubrovnik painter Ivan Ugrinović and Dalmatian painter Dujan Vučković are known to have maintained ties with Bosnia, which suggests that likely some of the painters from this artistic circle painted the court chapel at Bobovac. We have no preserved works by Ivan Ugrinović, although we know that he was involved in wall painting, but there are preserved and well-known remains of wall paintings by Dujan Vučković, who painted the vault of the altar of St. Dujan in the Split Cathedral. The next. And here is an example of a comparison of frame details from Bobovac and from Split, which points to some common artistic features. These presented examples of wall paintings show that throughout the medieval centuries there was a continuous artistic connection between Bosnia with Dubrovnik, which could be traced from as early as the beginning of the 12th century up to the mid-15th century. Information on the activity of Dubrovnik painters in Bosnia, particularly Ivan Ugrinović and his son Stjepan Zornelić, is found in archival documents from 14th to 16th centuries. Archival documents also show that during the 15th and early 16th centuries, painters from Dubrovnik and Dalmatia in their workshops accepted students and assistants from Bosnia. For the artistic ties between Dubrovnik and Bosnia, we have also an interesting example of the work of Lovro Dobričević, one of the finest Dubrovnik painters from the 15th century. To him is attributed the painting Christ and the Donor, which is now kept probably from 1459, which is now kept in Strossmayer Gallery in Zagreb. The painting depicts the standing figure of the resurrected Christ next to the kneeling donor. The donor has traditionally been identified as the Bosnian king Stjepan Tomaš. The painting originates from the Franciscan monastery in Kraljeva Sutjeska. It may have originally been created for the Kotromanić family's burial chapel on Bobovac, where Stjepan Tomaš was buried in 1461. In 1871, the Franciscans entrusted the painting to Bishop Strossmayer for safekeeping. However, the bishop appropriated the painting and it became part of his gallery's collection, where it remains to this day. As a further contribution to the study of artistic ties between Bosnia and Dubrovnik in medieval times, we could also mention the use of a blue pigment in Dubrovnik painting known as Azzurro de Bosna. This blue pigment belonged to the group of natural copper carbonates, which could be found in copper, silver, and gold mines. In the Middle Ages, Dubrovnik had colonies near mining settlements in Bosnia. In their search for silver in Bosnia, they also found natural copper carbonates, which then could be found in Dubrovnik shops as expensive and rare pigments under the names Azzurro de Bosna and Azzurro Raguseo. The pigments from Bosnia were likely of high quality and well known, as archival documents record that Italian customers specifically requested Bosnian blue pigment. Through this overview, we have attempted to demonstrate the permanent connections of Dubrovnik painters with Bosnia throughout the medieval centuries, as a contribution to the various aspects of the position of Bosnia as a contact zone, in this case in the artistic production in the medieval Bosnian state and kingdom. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for speakers, Professor Aida Majimich and Professor Anecdotes. As before, we would like to thank for participating on their presentation, their work, research on this conference. Also like to this note. Thank you very much again. And the art history, the art is the best place for dialogue, making dialogue between different cultures. And that is the way the Bosnia was always the place where the arts from different parts of the world or different aesthetics meet, interacts, and Bosnia was the place where the best artisans you can find from the late antiquity through the Middle Ages, Ottoman period. And as Professor Aida Begic showed, this tradition, the artisans from the Zanat family, Nikšić family, they showed, this is the way, how did the, say, traditional wood carving could be presented in the contemporary world. And it could be the model for others, say, the arts in Bosnia, also the philosophy, how traditional arts could be transformed in the... So my question is, what could be found in this traditional wood carving nowadays, or no, not traditional, but contemporary wood carving in the Nikšić family, what they brought, how did they modernize tradition?
In one discussion with Orhan Nikšić, who is today CEO of the Zanat brand, he told me I was the director of the World Bank in Jerusalem, and I visited my father, Besim, in Konjic in beginning of 2000s, and I suddenly realized that summer that our handicraft would go extinguished if I do not do something in this contemporary competitive world. But I wanted to preserve the old techniques and the old tools, but to challenge the modern protection and the sustainable development of the Konjic era. And he contacted on world fairs some of the most famous world designers, and they recognized the innovative potential of his initiative. And he left his job in World Bank. He used his experience as an experienced manager, and he started communication with his contemporary designers in a way that they challenge the new contemporary forms and ways of production. They even invented some new tools to make, for instance, the lounge chair in just one element, but always having the final touch with traditional handcrafting techniques. This is a very similar challenge the Bauhaus school had at the very beginning of the 20th century. I presume that you all heard about this Bauhaus art school, which was made out of the Fine Art Academy and Designer School. And it was out of the idea of Walter Gropius, who was the soldier in the First World War. And during the First World War, he was sewing the machines that were used for destruction. And he said to himself, let's use these machines for the humanistic purposes. And he made a revolution in modern design, using prototypes made by hands and making a serial production. And this is more or less the same concept of the Zanat. He uses the specific concepts of Japanese design, pure forms of Scandinavian design, elegant form of Italian design, but always using the final touch and the tools. I saw the sketches of the Sebastian Herkner. He made everything until the end, and then put the final table to be carved by designers. So there is always a combination of modern, contemporary, and traditional techniques. And it's, today we have, I think, some 10 family businesses in Tešanj, in Konjic, in Sarajevo, that are leading wood designers in Europe today. And we do not only have this extractive, you saw the Austro-Hungarian times, they had a contract for extracting woods, making furniture in Vienna, and then reselling it to Bosnia. Today we have the whole process in Bosnia and Herzegovina and presenting this to the world. And I think the same formula can be used, for instance, for kilims. We can also modernize. There's a lot of stories about Bosnian kilim and how to present this in a contemporary way, because we have this factory in Bistrik already at the very end of the 19th century.
Thank you very much. Something came to my mind, and to explain to our friends. The wood carving is the part of the Bosnian identity. When I travel abroad and visit these Bosnian societies across the Europe, they usually have as the part of their furniture this wood carving in different things, the tables, the tools. And could we say that the wood carving is the part of the Bosnian identity that say we see that is modernized.
Yes, because it's very practical. We are the country very rich in woods, and there are many authentic species of woods that can be used in Bosnia. So we were oriented to the exploitation of woods, and we just revived the tradition that had a short pause, let's say, after the Second World War.
Thanks very much, and I will continue to Professor Ratkovic's presentation. I'm more familiar with the Ottoman period, but it doesn't mean that I'm not interested in the Middle Ages of Bosnian art. Dubrovnik during the 12th, 13th, 14th century was with competition with Venice, and it struggled to be, say, one of the most important economic and cultural centers during that time. So it means that Bosnia had connection with one of the most, important centers of the culture of that period.
Yes, you are right. Although I think so. I did this research. This is part of my researches of medieval wall painting in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which I'm doing for a long time. And I have noticed that these connections Dubrovnik are repeating several times, as I have shown on the presentation, and I thought that it should be stressed, that it hasn't been stressed previously. So I thought somehow that it is important to be stressed that Dubrovnik painters and Dubrovnik artists had continuous connections with Bosnia as a hinterland. So as we have heard today, still Mediterranean.
Thank you very much. And also to ask you, I know that there were the young boys from the Herzegovina going to learn the goldsmiths in Dubrovnik, and we also have the certain names. But do we have any names of Bosnian painters that in the Dubrovnik records?
Yes, we have, but not really painters, but these are students and assistants that I have mentioned in the presentation, but I didn't want to take your time with mentioning all the names, but I would mention them in the paper that I would write. There are more archival data on the presence of the painters from Dubrovnik in Bosnia or from Bosnia in Dubrovnik than we have actually the preserved objects. And I would take my time for a moment. I notice now in the audience that here is Adisa Lepić, a curator from the National Museum, Zemaljski muzej u Sarajevu, who helped me a lot in my research and who provide me the photographs from these wall paintings that I show you, so I would like to thank her very much.
Thanks a lot. That is really important, because when we talk about the art in Bosnia during the Middle Ages, we only mention the architecture and the tombstones. And because we don't have a lot of records about the wall painting and the painters during the Bosnian Middle Ages. And just to mention that one of the best illuminated and the arts of the book that could be found in this South Slav region, in this southern part of the Balkans, were produced in Bosnia during the Middle Ages. So this is very important that we have this tradition, not only the painters in the books, but also that we have these wall paintings That is very important. I also want to ask something one question for Professor Aida Bajic-Hodžić. I know that in Bosnia nowadays we have two different approaches towards the wood carving. We have this modernization, but also we have the families that strive to keep traditional way of doing the wood carving. Do you think that we have to go to modernize everything, or that it is to have these two different approaches, to modernize but also to keep this traditional way of treating the wood?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. You already partly answered your question. Even the Nikšić family has two ways of producing furniture today. Zanat is only one brand of the Nikšić family that is mostly oriented to presentation to furniture fairs and designer associations. But one line of the production is still very traditional one. And for instance, when the first modern Islamic community center in this part of Europe was opened in Zagreb in 1987, still Divan Hana in Islamic Center in Zagreb is decorated with very traditional form of sečijas and furniture that is very characteristic for Zanat, for Nikšić family. And they only opened the possibility of wood carving in contemporary world. We have, for instance, Gazda, we have artisan from Teschen that are more Western Europe oriented, and they are taking some of the elements of the Scandinavian design competing with mass production, because we have also a new taste of new generation. They wanted to light furniture for interior spaces, but also they keep a very traditional technique of wood carving. And I think that there should be an openness and variety of approaches still.
Thank you very much. This explains something to me. When you want to identify yourself with Bosnia, you order the traditional wood carving. But when you want to make your home more modern, you order this modernized wood carving. And also, thank you very much both for this talk. And I would ask if there are any questions from the audience or so. Okay.
I was very intrigued by this short documentary, The Rhythm of Craft. It was really beautiful. I wanted to ask you if this is just part of something bigger, or just it is just this. I mean, very brief documentary.
I saw this film for the first time when we worked on our project. I don't know, have you heard about the project Under the Sky of the Bright Fate, Islam and Europe in the Experience of Bosnia, www.bosnianexperience.com. That was an international project we have launched in 2021. It's an ongoing project on Bosnian culture, focusing on Islam. And one of the sections of this project, Haris and I and a great group of international experts worked on, was contemporary reverberations. And I wanted to detect the elements of classical Islamic culture that are still alive in fashion, design, art, interior design, etc. And we had a contact with Nikšić family because they are the most famous for this wood carving handicraft. And they gave me this film, and we presented it in the framework of our exhibition that was first launched in Sarajevo in 2022. This is a short film. I think they're preparing a much longer version. This is just a promo film they gave us permission to use. We didn't have a chance here to listen to this loudly, but put it loudly. It's very nice to hear the sounds of the nature mixturing with the sounds of handicraft. Thank you. Thank you for your interest.
Okay, so we have one more question.
Thank you both very much. I have many questions, but I'll try to limit to one. First for Dr. Abadjic-Hodges, I wonder if you could maybe go back and just give us, or for my own interest at least, a small overview of what are specific motifs or characteristics of this classical design, that what's the basis so we can better understand what the modern designs are trying to work with.
As far as I know,
And
I'm...
maybe you can open one of the images so we can also see how you had the images of the classical. Slike klasične spolovanje.
They call it Bosnian style, Arabic style, Oriental style, and it differs from variations of acanthus leaves up to some floral elements characteristic for Bosnia. And they are stylized much more in modern interpretation. They are much more geometrical than in the naturalistic way they are described in this classical design. And in general, the furniture is much heavier, much compact, and they play on light, sculptural, elegant, refined forms that are much more, that are less heavier than the classical ones. And I unfortunately do not have here the presentation of these characteristic motifs that were presented in their classical wood carving here. And they even have presented tools with which they carve specific forms, and even the angles under which they cut the wood. For instance here.
This one.
Yes, for instance here. They described all these techniques and how they come from more naturalistic to more stylized ways in the contemporary descriptions. And always the final touch is handmade. For instance, this touch collection just keep the traces of handwork. This is a very simple way of treating the final touch, but just keeping this direct contact, wanting to stress the necessity of touch, of closeness in contemporary world versus the digital world. So this is almost a conceptual work. And Zanat brand has a great connection with our students of design at the Academy of Fine Arts. and many projects are made as joint projects for our contemporary young designers. And they present their prototypes also with Zanat on international fairs. And hardly there is any furniture fair in Keln after which they don't come with some of the award. Maybe this is the leading design branch in Bosnia today, wood design.
Very interesting. Thank you.
This museum is open in points. When leaving points, this is maybe the last house on the left side. I can give you contact if you are interested.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Thank Professor Ratkovic, thank Professor Ajdavić-Hodžić. And I will try my best to say a few words in Arabic. I will try. يسرنا ويشرفنا أن نرحب بالضيف الكريم سيدنا خالد بن تونس في المؤتمر المنعقد في سراييفو. Now I would like to welcome our special guest, Sayyid Khalid bin Tunis, and Khalid bin Tunis is the friend of the Meyli Foundation, and we are very happy to have him here in Sarajevo, and this is the reason why the Meyli Foundation is important and why this international conference is important, that we are trying to make the new friendships, and this conference is not about the conference, it is about making new connections, making new networks. It is the idea that stands behind the Bosnia. Please.
السلام عليكم. C'est possible? Possible? Ou non? Just voilà. شكرا. أني سعيد بوجودي معكم في هذا اللقاء، وقد لبينا دعوة الشيخ كظيم والإخوة لمؤسسة ميلي.
So he is happy to be here. He thanks everyone for and especially the Sheikh for the invitation.
أقدم نفسي، أنا ممثل الطريقة العلوية الدرقاوية الشاذلية، أي فرع من الشاذلية من الإمام الشاذلي وجدي أحمد بن مصطفى العلوي، وهذه المرة الثالثة الذي أزور سراييفو والبوسنة.
So I am the representative of the Alawi Tariqa. His جدك هو الشيخ العلوي.
الشيخ العلوي، نعم.
His grandfather is Sheikh Al-Alawi, and he is the representative of this Sufi way.
أقول على أن هذه الملاقاة كانت سراييفو كونتاكت بتوع سراييفو as a contact zone. contact zone. ما معنى هذا الكلمة؟
So what is the meaning of Sarajevo as a contact zone?
هذه مهمة، كلمة مهمة. contact zone.
It is important. contact zone.
الجميع الإنسانية مبنية على الكونتاكت، على الصلة. الكونتاكت هو الصلة فيما بعضنا بعض.
Humanity is built on contact and connections.
بلا كونتاكت، بلا صلة، بلا تقرب، لن يوجد إنسان على وجه الأرض.
If it were not for contact and building connections, humans would not be on the face of the earth.
Et c'est le premier verset du Coran. هذا أول سورة في القرآن الكريم تذكرنا بذلك.
The first chapter of the Noble Quran reminds us of this.
خلق الإنسان من علق.
That he created man from a knot.
علق. Le contact entre ما بين زوج وزوجة.
Between a husband and a wife.
ما بين الأم والابن.
Between a mother and child.
ما بين صديق وصديقه.
Between two friends.
المحب وأحبابه.
Between a lover and the beloved.
هذا عند الإنسان، ولكن حتى في الطبيعة، نفس الطبيعة.
This is among humans, but it is the same in the natural world.
كذلك عند الطبيعة نفس الأمر يسير. ونحن الآن علاقتنا الآن لبني آدم في الإنسانية الآن هي تتدهور.
And here we are in a state where connections between humans are in a state of deterioration.
والدليل على هذا الآن شاهدنا التراث.
مرة ثانية؟
تراث أي
Heritage.
ذاكرة الحضارات الذي سبقونا في هذا الأرض.
Remembering the civilizations that preceded us.
تذكرنا على أن كانوا أناس عاشوا في هذا البلد.
These civilizations remind us that there were people before us who lived in this country.
كانوا مسلمين، كانوا مسيحيين، كانوا يهود، كانوا الإنسانية.
Who were Jews and Christians and other faiths.
دونك البوسنة وسراييفو بالخصوص زون كونتاكت. والآن نحن أتيناكم من الجزائر.
Bosnia and Sarajevo specifically is a point of contact.
ولنا
Here we are having come to you from Algeria.
ولكن لنا علاقة خاصة بالبوسنة.
And we have a special connection to Bosnia.
عندكم رجل ولي من أولياء الله أتى من المغرب، أي من شمال أفريقيا.
Among you is a saint, a friend of God, who came to Bosnia from the Maghreb.
وعندنا في مدينة تلمسان، في مستغانم، في الجزائر العاصمة، في قسنطينة، لا زالوا عائلات بوسنياك يسمون بالبوسناك إلى يومنا هذا.
And in Algeria and Mustaghanam and Constantina and other places in Algeria, we have a family known as the Bosnian family that came from here.
ولذلك لما أتتنا الدعوة،
And therefore, when we were invited,
رغم الأشغال ورغم كثير من المسائل، قلنا لا بد أن نحضر معكم في هذا اللقاء.
therefore, when the invitation came to us, although we are very busy, it was our obligation to attend.
لماذا؟ لنحقق ونعرف ونعرف بعضنا البعض كما أوصى به القرآن الكريم.
In order to get to know each other and to establish connections as the Quran advises us.
خلقكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا.
So, citing the Quran, we created you from a man and a woman, and we made you into tribes and nations so that you might know one another.
التعارف، التخاطب، والحضارات أتت كبنيان مرصوص.
So, civilizations came before us and established a foundation.
بريك كم دي بريك جات حاجة
Stone upon stone,
ولها عمق في الزمان، ولكن الآن ما هو المستقبل؟
but these are the foundations, but what is the future?
لماذا نترك هذه الأمانة؟
Why do we leave this amana?
الأمانة الحضارة الإنسانية كأمانة.
Why do we leave this trust? Amana تقصد.
أمانة للأجيال الآتية. الحرارة، المناخ راه يتبدل ويتغير بسرعة.
As, civilizations have changed, and now we are experiencing climate change.
الحروب راهي زائدة كل يوم.
And wars are increasing daily.
الكرامة الإنسان راهي الآن مسها الضرر. كرامة.
The dignity of humanity is being eroded.
كيف نجدد الآن
How can we now renew
هذه العلاقات؟ contact zone.
this connection, this contact zone?
حنا حاولنا على حسب استطاعتنا، وذهبنا إلى الأمم المتحدة في 2014.
So towards this end, in 2014, we went to the United Nations.
وحاولنا أن نقدم مشروع للأمم المتحدة. ليس هذا من بعد هذا المشروع للأمم المتحدة لليوم الدولي للعيش معا.
The project is about coexistence.
ربما إذا احتجتوا تطلعوا عليه، هو راه موجود هنا، تقدروا تطلعوا عليه. وهذا كان يعني في وقع عليه صوت في المجموعة الدولية في نيويورك في 2017.
So there will be literature about this project available for those interested after this talk.
Resolution.
في 2017. So there was a resolution in this regard in 2017.
وهذا الريزوليوشن هذه جات تأكد على أن العيش معا بسلام راهو ضروري في تاريخنا وفي عصرنا.
This resolution came to confirm the importance of coexistence.
وهذا يعني البعد الموجود فيه يقدر كل إنسان يطالعه ويشوف ما هو موجود فيه. والعجب وهو كل الدول 193 دولة وافقت على ذلك.
So all of the members of the United Nations, 193 members, agreed
جميع.
upon the points in this resolution.
Unanimité. على الجميع كل
All
الجميع
of them.
الدول، ولم تكن دولة واحدة تخلت عن هذا المشروع. ولكن أين العمل به؟
So no single country didn't agree with this
أين العمل
resolution, but what did they do about
أين
it?
العمل به؟ ولذلك جددنا العام السابق في 2024 في نفس الأمم المتحدة بجنيف، بقصر الأمم المتحدة بجنيف، للوصول إلى هذا الهدف.
So last year in 2024, this is why they renewed this resolution in Geneva.
وزاد من هذا اللقاء في 16 ماي في العام الماضي إعلان جنيف، ما سميناه بإعلان جنيف.
So this renewed
Geneva
resolution
Declaration.
is the Geneva Declaration on Education for a Culture of Peace.
Education for Culture of Peace، وخاصة أن السلام في قلب التربية والتعليم.
And
The
he's
peace
saying
is
especially-
the heart
تفضل.
for the education. يخص يكون القلب، السلام يكون في قلب المجتمع الآن، وإلا الإنسان يريه في خطر.
So peace must be at the core of society, or else humanity will be in danger.
حتى لا أطول عليكم، وهذا كان السبب في جعل مدرسة وبيداغوجية وتعليم وأدوات لكيفية التعليم والتربية عن طريق السلام.
So this is behind his project to establish a school for teaching a methodology to teach peace.
كاين بعض الدول راهم يعملوا به الآن
And some countries have adopted this methodology.
مدارس في الابتدائية والثانوية،
Schools at elementary and intermediates, and I guess.
ولذلك إذا أردتم أن يعني تكون لكم المعلومات في قلب التربية والتعليم. QR كود موجود هنا. QR كود يقدر الإنسان يصل به إلى هذه المعلومات. وأقول على أن الآن توجهنا للكشافة. أظن في البوسنة موجود كشافة. سكاوت. كشافة موجودين، كشافة عندكم أو لا؟
He's asking,
Bosnia?
are there scouts, like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts in Bosnia?
الآن نحضر مع الكشافة العالمية في ملتقى سيكون في سبتمبر إن شاء الله.
There will be a meeting in September,
في سبتمبر الآتي،
this coming September,
17 و18
on the 17th and the 18th
في مدغشقر،
in Madagascar.
ملتقى دولي للكشافة العالمية،
A international conference for scouts
لبث تعاليم الثقافة السلام في النظام الكشفي.
For education regarding peace among scouts.
وكان لنا لقاء
And we had a meeting
في 21 مايو
21st of May,
سبق في مستغانم
in Mustaghan in Algeria,
في الجزائر، وحضر معنا الممثلين الكشفية للقطر الأفريقي
and the representatives of scouts for the African region were in attendance,
وبعض الدول الأوروبية منهم فرنسا، ألمانيا، إسبانيا وهولندا.
so and some, as well as some European countries, the Netherlands, France, Spain, and Germany,
وبطبيعة الحال الكشافة الجزائرية،
and of course the Algerian scouts,
السنغال، وكذلك أهل مدغشقر.
Senegal, and Madagascar.
هذا كله، هذه المعلومات لأجل أن نترك للأجيال الآتية شيء يعتمدوا عليه لتكون كونتاكت زون بيناتهم.
This is in order to leave a heritage for future generations on how to build contact zone.
هذا من الضروري،
This is necessary.
وإلا كل الميراث والتراث الإنساني الحضاري
Otherwise, all of the cultural and civilizational heritage of man
سيذهب.
will disappear.
سيأتي وقت
There will come a time,
ربما
perhaps,
الإنسان يصبح عدو الإنسان أو وحشية، وأنتم عشتوا نفس في هذا البلد، في سراييفو، في البوسنة ككل، عشتوا أوقات وعرفتوا ما معنى الحرب، ما معنى الكراهية.
otherwise a time will come when man will behave like savages to one another, and you have experienced this here in Sarajevo.
أتمنى إن شاء الله أن البوسنة وما حولها من كرواتيا وكل الدول المجاورة ستعيش، ولكن السلام عندنا هو اسم من أسماء الله الحسنى.
So he hopes that Bosnia and Croatia and the other surrounding countries will live in peace, and he notes that peace is one of the names of God
له عمق
that has a depth,
روحي،
spiritual depth.
ماهوش إلا عدم الحرب أو التعدي، عدم الحروب
that is
والتعدي.
in opposition to war and aggression.
السلام غذاء الروح قبل كل شيء.
Peace is the nourishment of the soul before anything else.
ثم يوجب على مولاه، على الإنسان، أن يعيش بسلام مع غيره.
And it is obligatory upon man to live in peace with other men.
ويعيش كذلك بسلام مع الطبيعة، المحيط الطبيعة.
And to live in peace with the natural environment.
لأن وصلنا إلى حد وين الإنسان تجبر وتكبر ويستطيع أن يخرب نفسه بيده.
We have reached a point in man's arrogance that he is on the verge of destroying himself.
وهذا الأمر لا يبنى إلا بالجميع.
And this is impossible to build except in cooperation.
لا عند المسلمين ولا عند غير المسلمين.
Not only among Muslims or among non-Muslims,
لبني آدم.
as humanity.
ولقد كرمنا بني آدم، يقول الله سبحانه وتعالى، التكريم، الكرامة.
And
the dignity.
God says in the Quran, we have made man noble and given him dignity.
للجميع الاحترام القانون الدولي الاحترام لكل شخص له حق في الحياة وفي السعادة.
For all, this is in respect to international law, and everyone has a right to peace and happiness.
وهذا من الواجب علينا حبينا أو كرهنا.
And this is obligatory upon us, whether or not we like it or not.
الإنسانية والحياة لها واجب شرعي.
This is a legal obligation.
واجب علينا الاحترام الآخر لا إكراه في الدين.
He's referring to there's no obligation in religion.
لا إكراه في الدين ولكن ما معنى كلمة دين هنا؟
There's no obligation in religion, but what does religion mean here?
The traduction is deen, religion. No, this is not good tradition. كلمة دين باللغة العربية تعني ماذا تعني؟
So he's saying we shouldn't translate the Arabic word deen as religion.
No. إذا مشينا للقاموس اللغة العربية
If we look at the Arabic grammar and language,
واش نجد أن الدين مشتق من فعل دنا.
if we look at more Arabic morphology, we see that the word deen is derived from dana,
دنا.
which is to draw, to come close.
وفي سورة النجم
And in the verse, the chapter of the Quran, the
Star?
star,
سورة النجم دنا فتدلى دنا فتدلى فكان قاب قوسين أو أدنى.
that's difficult. So in the verse of Quran, that he became close and it became close and it prostrated and
جست احتاج كان قاب قوسين.
so that it was
سجود.
very, very near
سجود.
in prostration.
ركوع وسجود. في هذه الآية نزلت في حق الصلاة.
And this verse is in reference to prayer.
لما عرج النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم إسراء والمعراج.
In reference to the Prophet's ascension to heaven.
لو فواياج الإسراء والمعراج استقبله الله سبحانه وتعالى بهذه الكلمة دنا فتدلى.
This is how God
أعطانا الصورة الحقيقية ما معنى الصلاة.
So this is how God received the Prophet on his night journey, teaching him what
Les actions
the meaning of prayer.
قوس. هذا كله إشارات على أن الدين جاء يعرف الإنسان بحقيقة أبدية.
So religion or deen has come to teach man reality.
بحقيقة الكلمة لها معنى.
That words have meanings.
والمعنى لها إشارة.
And
symbol.
and meanings have symbolism.
والسمبل له الحيرة.
And symbolism has life.
حيرة حيرة. سربرايز. نكتشف شيء كان موجود أمامنا ولم نراه.
That something is in front of us that we did not realize before.
نقرأ الآية ولا نفهمها ونرى الطبيعة وجمال الطبيعة وننسى جمال من خلق الطبيعة.
And that man is a part of the beauty of nature.
أظن ما جزاكم الله عنا خير وسيد الشيخ وأشكركم على دعواكم وإحنا معكم إن شاء الله اليوم وغدا إن شاء الله ولكن ربما يكون حوار وإلا مرحبا إحنا موجودين.
So he thanks you and he'll be with us for the next 2 days and he hopes to have further discussion.
وإذا راح موجود على بركة الله.
And this will be available to those who want it.
شكرا جزيلا شيخ خالد، شكرا جزيلا مترجم على وجهك. لضيف العزيز لدينا هدية صغيرة. لضيف العزيز لدينا
أخذت الهدية.
već sam nam najavio da kaže. Gdje sam vam najavio da vi možete dati. Thank you all for being with us today. This was our last talk, last session, and we invite you to tomorrow to continue our conference. And now we invite you to join us at the restaurant that is very close to the museum, to dinner, to have a small talk and enjoy the food. Thank you very much.